settling in for the main event. It is 2 classes, 4 hours, and a drying track. The track has dried very, very quickly indeed, and we're hearing from Kevin Lee via our BDO pit lane report that the GSs have mostly, if not all, gone on slick tyres. Now, if I had told you that, and we'd been starting for maybe 45 minutes or an hour ago, you would have laughed in my face. You would have had somebody actually certify me, because it was really wet, it was slippery, it was greasy. It's by no means bone dry at the moment, but even in this 4-hour race, saving a pit stop is going to be key. Good afternoon to Ryan Marine. We had a great 4 hours at Daytona. Another one, the final one for the Michelin Pilot Challenge for 2025. The added, I suppose, attraction for the teams, the drivers and their sponsors. They are top of the bill this weekend.
This is the headline show here at Mid-Ohio. Everybody showed up to see this 4-hour race. And look, sometimes I feel like the great racing and Pilot Challenge gets a bit overlooked because of how good the WeatherTech Championship has been over the years. But no risk of that here this weekend. You get the great interplay between the classes. You've got the threat of weather that could spice some things up. And look, 4 hours, that's plenty of time for these strategists to earn their pay here this weekend as well. It should be a ton of fun, and it really starts with the car on pole. Thomas Merrill set in a wonderful time in qualifying. The thought had been maybe this isn't the best track for the Porsche Cayman. The other Cayman teams are wondering, what has AR Motorsports found that we haven't? Because Merrill was utterly dominant in qualifying.
Yeah, he put in a time. It was only a tenth or so quicker than Paul Holton, but then there was a bit of a gap back to Turner Motorsport. It's Porsche and Aston Martin for AR Motorsports and Team TGM on the front row. We've got a bit of time here because we will not go green until the third time by the back straight start, remember, down towards turn 4. Not unique now in IMSA competition. In fact, last weekend we had a different finish and start line, finish and restart and start line at Detroit. This, however, was the original, I suppose you could say, here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 15 TCRs, and the top of the TCR field, Carl Whitmer in the MMG, the Montreal Motorsport Group Honda Civic, latest version of their TCR, the FL5 in the number 93, sitting behind their own safety car at the moment. That's the red Porsche that's leading them around. My goodness me, that was a time for the ages. Front-wheel drive cars go well around here, Ryan. He would have been, what, on the third row of the GS field? And he's got to keep his wits about him in the opening laps, because he's faster than 18 of the cars ahead of him on a single lap pace at least.
Yeah, just remarkable how quick these TCR cars are relative to the rest of the field. I mean, we see some of that overlap at other tracks, but Mid-Ohio's a great low-horsepower car kind of track. That second half of the lap, so much fluidity to it, so much momentum involved in it. You can't necessarily let all the horsepower loose in some of the bigger, more powerful cars, so you see a greater overlap. And especially at the beginning of this race, John, where, again, conditions aren't quite there. We see a dry line starting to form, but it's not fully there yet. That's another advantage for those front-wheel drive cars. So I think the back of the GS field will be happy that we have that class split coming to the initial green, because I don't think it'll be too long until some of the front runners in TCR start to catch the back of the GS field.
Those with long memories will call to mind the races we had at Lime Rock Park, where quite often the TCR cars, and particularly in that twisty first sector, would be quicker than all of the GS machinery. Well, let's take a look at the track tour here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It is tight, it is twisty, it's technical, but it's fast in places. 13 corners. Will start effectively at turn 3, run down to turn 4, China Beach, over the top of the hill at 5. A little bit of off camber as you go down the hill. Through the S's, 6, 7 and 8. 9, the left-hander onto Thunder Valley, but my goodness, that's a tough one. Some key areas, the keyhole. Up the hill, you can brake really, really laced. I think you'll want to be on the dry line here if you're on slick tyres. Then, another heavy braking area down towards turn number 4. We had 3 wide there in the Mazda race. Usually the driver on the outside is going to lose out on that unless you can tough it out. And then coming to the end of the race, the carousel, the end of the lap, should I say, 180 degrees of right-hander, a little bit of difference in the pavement as well, and then you slingshot out for a short run to the finishing line. I've seen passes made before the finish coming out of the carousel in the past. Now, as we went past the finish line, we started this race, but we haven't started racing yet. So it's up to the two drivers at the front, which is Thomas Merrill in the Porsche, the dark red car. What a beautiful colorway it is. And then the Team TGM Aston Martin Vantage with two BMWs behind from Turner Motorsport and Carbahn with Peregrine. Turner, of course, in their traditional yellow and blue. Behind then, it's a Mercedes of Winward Racing and Bryce Ward, and Moise Oretsky for the Ibiza Farm Motorsport. McLaren right in there as well. The green flag is in the air. We're already counting down the 4 hours, down towards the first danger area for Thomas Merrill, our pole sitter, but he's done a good job. Comes from the middle of the road, goes through the right-hander, side by side for second, following through there, Turner Motorsports, Dylan McIvern in the BMW, right on their heels it seems. Here we go for the green flag in TCR, and Paul sitting Honda on the inside, the lighter colour cars, then the N works coloured Hyundais coming through as a group with three of those before two out of the three Hyundais actually, Victor Gonzalez Racing being the third there. But you cannot fault the front of the field and the start by the Porsche of Thomas Merrill. Not a Porsche Cayman GT4 track. Who was selling you that one early in the week, Ryan Murray?
Well, you just looked at the practice times, and there weren't too many featuring up towards the front, but the exception has been the AR Motorsports car of Thomas Merrill. How about the start from McIvern, though? He got the jump there up to second place from the second row of the grid. Very interesting as well to see that Winward elected to start Bryce Ward, so he's up against some of the big names in some of these cars here at the very beginning of this race, but holding his own on the opening lap.
Our BDO pit lane reports coming from Kevin Lee in the next 4 hours, who's patrolling the pit lane on his own this weekend. And he's going to give us an update on tyres and who took what.
So 30 minutes ago, everyone came out on Michelin wet weather tires, but they all changed in the last few minutes. I believe that only the 15 and the 64 started on wet weather Michelins. Not 100% accurate, but the main point is almost everyone changed the slicks. It's going to be hard to make the wet weathers last 40 minutes.
40 minutes being the key time for driver time. Ted Giovannis then in the number 64, and Christine Schloss, the other Aston Martin. They started at the back of the GS field. That might have just been for safety in case there was another splash, but they're going to have to baby those tyres in the next 37, 38 minutes, Ryan, because that is a dry track now. That is all but dry everywhere, and not even going offline a little bit now is going to help those Michelin wet weather tyres.
Oh, and a spin there right in front of the TCR field as well. I think this is Christine Sloss on those wet weather tires, yeah.
Now she's going to have to wait patiently for everybody to come through. This is going to be painful. I think they might bring her straight back into pit lane. I know it's not time for her, but they're going to lose nothing now, Ryan. I think that they bring her back into pit lane, put her on a new set of Michelin slicks, and send her for the rest of her 40-minute stint. Looks like Ted Giovannis was in the vicinity there. Impossible to decide whether there was contact, but that's lost a huge amount. Great work by the flaggers. That yellow flag was in the air and waving even before Christine had stopped moving and facing the wrong direction. 5 minutes in then, and drama already, and look what's happening in the pit lane. It is going to be a set of slick Michelin tyres that are going on to that yellow and green Aston Martin. I absolutely agree with that decision, and Kevin Lee is down there watching on.
weather tires, and they are getting those off. So they will go to the Michelin slicks here, top it off on fuel. Obviously going to lose a lap in this situation, but taking the advantage to simply get on the proper tire for now.
Left rear taking a little more time than I think they would like to. They'll brim fill that car and hope against hope that they can get that lap back at some stage. If they can go longer into the race, or if a safety car falls nicely for them. Carl Whitner, by the way, still leading in TCR, and here this could be the safety car. Oh my goodness me, BMW. Sorry, wash your mouth out. It's an Audi, and it's gone around. And that car is beached at the moment, and that is Eric Rockwell for Rockwell Autosport Development in a, oh, hang on, traction from the front Michelins. Take that back. That's why I should never work in race control. I think I might have gone for the big yellow button. Looks to me as though that was again in front of a pack of cars, Ryan, and again, great avoidance by everyone behind Eric Rockwell.
Yeah, we didn't get exactly what started that incident for Eric, so we don't know if he was pushed or if he jumped, but great job to get the car refired. And you're right, crucially, the drive wheels, the front wheels, were out of the sand pit that time, and he was able to drive away, and consequently we stay green here at Mid-Ohio.
So already drivers finding the conditions difficult here. Tom Merrill has just put the fastest lap of the race in, 1:28.603, and he's built up an impressive lead, 4 seconds in the space of 4 laps. Now, a second a lap doesn't sound like that much, but this is only a 1:28 lap. That is impressive. Another spin, and this time it's the Aston Martin that's gone around, the bright green, racing green Aston Martin, the number 71. Oh, that is absolutely not what Frank Depew wanted for Rebel Rock Racing. Again, that was in traffic, and I think that's the TCR cars coming through the back of the GS field that is spooking some of these drivers. Yep, that's exactly what's happened. The leader is coming up. He goes down. Oh, there was contact, definite contact there between Tom Collingwood for BGB Motorsports and Frank Depew there. Was that Phil Fair? No, I think it was the BGB car. Frank got the worst of it and is facing the wrong direction, but definitely those TCR cars coming through, that is causing some consternation in the back to the midfield now of the GS. It's IMSA Radio and TV together. Thanks for being with us. Thomas Merrill puts another fastest lap of the race in. This racing surface is drying fast. It is 1:27.7 is the new fastest lap of the race. And from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, we are not even 10 minutes in, and we've racked up the incident points already. John Hindhaugh with Ryan Marine on the call today, and our BDO pit reports coming from Kevin Lee. Ryan.
A good battle here in the mid-pack of the TCR field. Larry Pegram racing on home soil, proud Ohio native, of course. Mixing it up with the likes of Celso Neto, Suelio Almeida as well in this battle pack. This is good stuff, and they are overlapping with the back of the GS field. That's the CSM car of Phil Fair that's mixed up with them. So we go back to the front now in TCR. The battle continues to be good, and in fact, Tyler Gonzalez had driven to the lead at the line, but wow, how about that? Whitmer's been able to get it back. These two have been at it hammer and tongs, though, since the drop of the green.
Yeah, and it seems to me that Whitmer does not want to give this up to the Hyundais. Also coming through as well there is one of the GS cars. Is that the Toyota? That's Rafa Martinez, one of the bronze category cars. In fact, he's second in the Bronze Cup at the moment. And now there's a problem
with a puncture
for the Hyundai. Is that a right front? It looks like the right front has gone down on the Hyundai. Number 33, and that is going to cost, well, it's halfway around the lap. It could have been worse, but it could have been a lot better, i.e. could have not got that in the first place for Mark Wilkins, or it could have happened closer to the pit stop. Now, what do they do here? Are they going to have to change their strategy? Again, way too early, Ryan, to make the driver change.
Exactly, have to run 40 minutes minimum each driver Yeah, that includes the cars that are running 3 drivers here for the longer race this weekend. Must do at least 40 minutes of drive time. That is heartbreaking there for Wilkins and the whole Brian Herta Autosport team, coming off of a strong run to 3rd in the last race at Laguna Seca. They were runners-up in the season opener, remember, at Daytona, the previous 4-hour race, and came into the weekend 3rd in points. This is a big setback for them.
Into the pit lane. Let's take a BDO pit lane report. Here's Kevin. Well, just standing by. He's had to stand back for the moment as the car comes in. And that was pretty smart because you never know if they're going to run long there. Brand new right front Michelin tire. They're going to do both fronts. They're going to do a matching pair, and that makes perfect sense. The left front wheel nut somewhat recalcitrant. That wasn't the damaged wheel and tire. So they'll top off that car as well. And again, now, yes, strategy can help them here, but maybe they'll have to pray to the racing gods here to get them back. They will drop way to the end, if not completely off the TCR lead lap. In fact, they have dropped off the TCR lead lap now because of the distance that he had to tour into the pit lane. These are some big names and some strong teams, Ryan Marine, who have had problems early on.
Definitely so. That, you have to think, is one of the championship contenders in TCR. Mark Wilkins and Bryson Morris have accounted for 2 poles in the first 4 races of the season, 2 podium finishes, and actually had a pretty good day going at Sebring until they had a post-race penalty that cost them a good finish, ended up only being scored in 15th. So, yeah, that is definitely a front-running car in TCR that is up against it now in terms of trying to put together a good day. But you know what? This is a team that's probably happy that this is an extended 4-hour race. This gives them time to get back into the hunt.
Absolutely correct. That's Ryan Marine. Hello to all of you watching around the world. Good to have your company, however you consume it, whether it's in sound and vision or purely in sound. If you're a bit bandwidth challenged or you're traveling about, we don't want you looking at a screen whilst you're driving, but you can get the audio at IMSA Radio RS2, still the home of IMSA Radio, and bringing you this action this weekend. And more for you in the coming weeks with some Porsche Carrera Cup North America action next weekend from the Canadian Grand Prix, and then the weekend after, another one of the blue ribbon races for the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Will be at Watkins Glen in the Finger Lakes region of New York, upstate New York, for the Salins 6 hours of the Glen. Always a fan favourite, that one, and plenty of support race action that weekend as well. Carl Whitmer has lost the lead in TCR to Victor Gonzalez Racing, but he battles back with the fastest lap of the race. So it is a Hyundai leading now, but not one of the Brian Herta Autosports car. Tyler Gonzalez leading in the Elantra from the Honda Civic, 8/10 behind, but new fastest lap of the TCR race from Whitner at the head of the field. Tom Murrell, 6.5 seconds ahead of the field. This simply does not happen at this part of the race. Dylan McIvern in second has a train of hungry drivers. That's the battle pack. Second down to 6th position.
That's a good call. Holton has now Sam Paley for company. We're watching that fight right here with Sean McAllister in the gray and green BMW closing in, and Luca Mars there too. And how about Bryce Ward, who's hanging tough there inside the top 10, dropped a couple of positions, but running solidly in 7th place. How many times have we said it over the years for Bryce? If he could just hang in there, keep them in the mix, he turns it over to Daniel Morad, and magical things can happen.
Yeah, and he's done in some cases, he's done a lot more than just stay on the lead lap. And that was sensible driving from Bryce at the beginning of the race. That's not his fight that is just up ahead of him. He needs to keep that car in one piece, that AMG, and he has done. Dropped down to 7th, as we mentioned, for the Winward Racing number 57, the Tecamet supported car. He has got round about 15 minutes under his wheels. They'll be counting that one down very carefully. to when they can get in. By the way, anybody who has come through pit lane already, so for example, the Christine Schlosscar for Van der Ster Racing, that time she came into the pits to change tyres does not count against her drive time. So she'll have to go just a wee bit more than the 40 minutes. And if I think I can scroll back and see this and see how long she spent in the pit lane, well, it would have been a couple of minutes, I would have thought. So she is going to have to stay out just a little bit more than that to make sure that she gets her 40 minutes in this first run. Settling down, dare I say that a little bit? Settling down at the front of the field, it's still Tom Merrill. His lead has been cut back. So we are now down to just 5.8 seconds. Hello to Alan Space, who's inside the turn 1 at Mid-Ohio. So watching on his device and listening to us on the very efficient public address system. Thanks to everybody who's made that work, both at NASCAR Productions and Clark Cameron's team as well around the circuit. Particular thanks to our camera operators this weekend, the real heroes and heroines. They've been out in everything that the Mid-Ohio weekend has thrown at them, and frankly, that has been pretty much everything. Just on 16.5 minutes gone. Let's take another BDO pit lane report.
And Ultimate are really excited about the opportunity, but it's going to be kind of a quick crash course on it because they've not driven that car this year. Jensen actually has not raced it before and has not tested before, but Sam Paley has won a couple of races, finished third in that championship last year, and has driven the car this year coaching. So they're really excited about that, but now focused on the task at hand, and the car has been getting better as the weekend is going along. It's really tricky, though, in the Ford because of the change of directions. They really struggle a little bit 4 through 9, but feel like they're going to learn things for other tracks and still optimistic they can get a great result here today.
And they're in that battle pack in the dark blue, number 13. Macumbi Macalia Racing Ford Mustang GT4, Paul Holton, Sean McAllister, Luca Mars right around them. They have been driving together in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. They've moved up, but as Kevin was just saying in that BDO pit lane report, and they've not been in the GT4 car for a little while. Just wonder whether the similarity in their surroundings helps or hinders them as pit lane, another pit lane caller, and this time it's Thelthor Neto for Precision Racing LA. Looks like there might be a problem with the hood on that car. The bonnet is, well, the bonnet's up. Ooh, is it a turbo issue or something like that? They're looking at the pipes round the front of it. IMSA officials watching on as well. But that was a car that was running well inside the top 10 at TCR before Thelthor brought it in. And they've not done anything to it. Let's have more from Kevin Lee.
The gearbox is overheating on the number 7. Gearbox overheating. Not sure if that's something they can address, but certainly it's something, or address and get back out, but they need to get something sorted to be able to continue.
Brilliant stuff, Kevin, on the spot as ever. Why would the gearbox overheat? Is there a problem with a hose to the gearbox cooler or something like that? It is not that hot outside in Mid-Ohio this weekend. Currently the temperature here is 64 Fahrenheit in the air, which is 18 Celsius. I mean, that's not cold, but it's not boiling. Also in the pits, the Ibiza Farm McLaren, the Artura in the multicolored. Now that looks interesting. Going in through the right-hand side door, they're filling it up with fuel as well, but that is way early unless they're going to push that car further into the race, Ryan.
To do some math on how this would work out for them, this is Moise Uretsky and Michael Cooper, who won the season opener at Daytona in dramatic fashion. Remember Michael Cooper's drive to the checkered flag. He had his hands full trying to hang on for that win. Had a good top 10 run at Sebring and had a strong run going at Laguna Seca, but were taken out of that race. It ultimately credited with 22nd, but it's been a strong start to the year. Got to see if this is strategy or if this is something that they're trying to deal with here in the early stages.
And that Audi, I'm afraid, has had to go behind the wall. Kevin Lee giving us that information. Lot of green times on the timing and scoring monitors at the moment. You can follow along, by the way, IMSA Timing Live, as you search for that, or Alcamel with IMSA Timing. Let's take an update from Kevin Lee. He's been a busy lad this morning on that Artura. Hustling down the team. Car has not yet gone back out, I don't think. Oh yeah, it's back out on the racetrack.
There was no driver change on the 44 because I talked to Michael Cooper. He simply said there was something that had to be addressed inside the cabin, so they had to do something to help Moisey, but the car is okay. They just lose some track time, no driver change.
Kevin Lee, if he was thinking he was going to have a relatively easy day today, has been sprinting backwards and forwards up and down that pit lane for us. Thank you, Kev. Moisey Uretsky now with a job to do, have to get his head in the game, has lost better part of 2 laps to the leaders. It's going to be a long afternoon for them now. I just wonder, the way they were looking at the passenger side, Ryan, whether there might have been something loose inside the cabin that was worrying Moisey. You don't want something getting under your brake foot or your throttle foot when you're at any racetrack, but particularly not here with some very big stops.
It's as good of a guess as any, and you're right. Yeah, this is definitely not a place you want to deal with that, not just the stops, but all the back and forth they're doing. If you do have something loose, even if it isn't in the footwell, anything rolling around or flying around in there would be very distracting. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. The car seems to be back up to pace, which I suppose is good news, but it's also frustrating because they were having a solid weekend up to this point.
Yeah, well inside the top 10 when he brought that car in, and now has dropped way down the field. The fight back starts now. I suppose that's what we're going to be able to say. And you can't miss that car. There's nothing in anything like the same livery. Yellow, sort of a purpley pink, light blue, all over that Ibiza Farms Artura. Low slung machine. Sometimes can get lost behind some of the bigger GS, and even the TCR cars are quite a lot higher than that car, but very distinctive coachwork on that McLaren. Big year for McLaren, of course. Will be at Le Mans for the 24 hours, and Ryan Marine is joining our Radio Le Mans team for that, and it's the anniversary of McLaren winning Le Mans back in 1995. Expecting some interesting news from McLaren on Friday. We've got some time booked with Zach Brown. You'll hear all about that over at our sister service on RS1, and if you're at the track yourself, it'll be 91.2 FM. Great to see that McLaren out. Sad to see it's been delayed, but now we can light the afterburners, because really they are just on a comeback drive, and Moisey Uretsky, nobody better than getting out there and putting in a few qualifying style laps. Sam Paley in second position, just put his fastest lap in the race, but it's still 6 seconds between Tom Merrill and Sam Paley. Porsche versus Ford, then the 2 BMWs, Dylan McIvern and Sean McAllister, and they are just about half a second apart and a couple of tenths behind second place at the moment. 3 tenths further back, check that, 1.4 tenths. 1.4 seconds further back is Paul Holton in the first of the Aston Martins, and that's your top 5, now separated by nearly 9 seconds, but 6 of those 9 seconds, Ryan Marine, are between first and second. This is an impressive opening stint by Thomas Merrill. He's taken that pole position and absolutely used it to his advantage, even though he's picking his way through traffic now.
I want to see, though, how that gap, that first to second, might change now that Sam Paley is through on McIvern. That is a change since we last checked in at the front of the field. So put the McCumbee-McAleer Mustang up into that second spot like you just gave on that rundown there. That means he got around McIvern into Turner BMW, and it was interesting hearing from Kevin a little earlier alluding to the fact that Sam and Jensen, drivers of that car, they'll be headed over to Le Mans after this race also, taking part in that Mustang Challenge support race. A couple of races on the support bill with, what, about 40 cars set to take part in that?
Yep.
That's a huge deal for Ford to have such a big presence. We know they've got their prototype ambitions out there as well, but this Mustang, this is the workhorse of their fleet at the moment. When you think about racing it and everything from drag racing to Le Mans, it can do just a little bit of everything. NASCAR as well, of course. Big part of Ford's marketing arm and motorsports arm.
We've got a star invitational class as well in that, which has got some cracking names. I noticed Olympic gold medal winning cyclist Sir Chris Hoy, who is very handy in a car, drove prototypes at Le Mans, of course, with Nissan support. Frankie Munoz is coming back as well. He's done a couple of races in those cars in the past. We've got the man from the top of Ford as well, Jim Farley, who'll be here. And I saw your name next to a car as well. There can't be another Ryan Marine. Although you seem to be in the Legends class. I didn't think you were that old.
Well, that's you're right about the surname, but it's dear old Dad who's taken part in that. And when you put that name up against some of these others you mentioned, it's the old one of these things is not like the others, right? But pretty cool for Dad to get that opportunity with the LAP Motorsports team.
Suffice to say, Ryan will not be in the booth for those races. We've got him scheduled up for that. Let's pick up on some of the battles through the field. Ford Mustang picking its way through at the moment. Here's Sam Paley, and the TCR battles are up as well. In the TCR front of the field, it's down to 2.7 seconds. There's Paul Holton just gone across the line. Leighton Mars will be through as well. Then Bryce Ward holding on to that 7th position. He's coming across the line anytime soon. It is now patently obvious to me, Ryan, that it is very difficult for the TCR cars to get round some of these GS cars that they are having to try and negotiate at the moment. We've got Suelo Almeida looking at the back of the Stephen Cameron Racing Mustang and the Porsche of Tom Collingwood, the BGB car. And they are so much quicker into and through the corners, but of course the GT4 cars stretch their legs on the straights. And we think of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course as a tight and twisty circuit, and it is in part, but it's also very, very quick in others.
The first half of the lap, you've got super high commitment, high speed, turn 1. Then you got to slow down quite a bit for the keyhole, but you blast out of that keyhole, and it's a long run through the kink of turn 3 down to turn 4, which is where the cars achieve their top speeds before the braking zone there. So there definitely is a part of this track where you don't want to carry just a ton of downforce. You want to be slippery through the air. And then after that, though, it tightens up tremendously. So it's really a case of one half of the lap. This part they're starting on right here, super fast, high commitment stuff, and then you get to the second half of the lap and it's totally tightened up and it's a different dynamic entirely.
Yeah, Sam Paley lost a little bit of ground there, had to pick his battles up the second, as we mentioned, and was pulling away from Dylan McIvern, but had to take his time getting past Frank Depew on the dark green Aston, and that's allowed Dylan McIvern to close back in. And just a moment or two ago, a slight misjudgment, says Heindorf, underplaying it, as the BMW number 27 was on the grass for Roland Krantz and Auto Technic Racing. And again, good driving from those behind who had to react to that. But still this 3-car battle now for second place. It's Ford versus 2 BMWs, the dark blue Ford with the black, then the 2 BMWs, the Turner Motorsport yellow and blue car, and the traditional colours of Turner with the traditional livery of carbon with peregrine as well, which means that that's dark grey and green. About time we checked in again, because we've let Kevin have all of 3 or 4 minutes rest, and let's have a report from the front of the TCR field in this BDO pit lane report.
Tyler Gonzalez drives for Victor Gonzalez. No relation, but Victor was just telling me today, hey, he is family. I do whatever I can to help Tyler, who is part of the Toyota program and on loan and driving just about everything, everywhere at this point. So this is yet another opportunity to get that win. They have been so close so many times. Something has gone wrong. Victor likes to take chances. He says, we're beyond that. We're good enough. We just need to do the small things, not make mistakes. So they have the opportunity to get Eric Powell in the middle of the race, and then Tyler will come back and finish the race. And by the way, if it starts to rain a little bit, they're confident in him that he can keep it in damp conditions on the track on slicks.
That's very, very good information, as ever, from Kevin down in the pit lane, and great trust being shown in the driver there by the team. Don't forget, you can follow along all the information we have, including, of course, what we call in the trade the dancing ants, or the marching ants, which is the tracker. It's all available via IMSA's live timing. If you just search IMSA live timing, or Al Kamel, AMEL IMSA, it will go to the IMSA timing page. You'll be able to pick that up for this 4-hour race. And of course you want to do that because you want to follow along to see who's doing what to whom and where the pit stops have been, etc, etc. Just over 20 laps in, 21 laps for the leading cars. We'll keep an eye on those pit stops. The main thing we're looking at the moment is the time elapsed, 32 minutes now on the nose. And at the front of the TCR field, the battles are fast and furious, but also this battle for second. Can't take our eyes off the battle for second in GS. There are scraps going on all over the circuit, coming over the top of the hill at 5 down into the S's 6, 7 and 8, and Sam Paley still unable, Ryan Marine, to pull away from the 2 BMWs in 3rd and 4th.
There's not much between these three, is there? And it makes me wonder how exactly Paley got the move done on McIvern several laps ago to take that second spot. I wonder if traffic had a part to play in that. Do have a couple of race control notes to pass along. We saw that contact. Roland Krines, the Hyundai that he ran into was actually Mark Wilkins in the 33, which had the unscheduled pit stop for the puncture earlier. So he's got to be wondering, what do I have to do to avoid pitfalls in this race? But there was incident responsibility handed out to Krines, but just a warning from race control there. And then Ted Giovannis was given a mechanical black flag to bring that car into the pit lane, and that car has come in. Interestingly, that was the second of the 2 GS cars to start on the wet tires, and he had actually made it nearly the full 40 minutes before his drive time there, before being called into the pits with this mechanical black flag. Unfortunately, dropped a lot of time, as you would expect, having to baby those wet weather tires in these dry conditions, and then ultimately is going to have to do this pit stop for whatever the mechanical issue is, get that resolved, and then get back out to achieve the drive time.
He's done that drive through. And hello to CJ at McSweeney, watching from Ottawa in Canada, cheering for Megan and Ron Tomlinson for Precision Racing. If you want to get in touch with us at IMSA Radio, we're keeping a look at that. Dave Alcock in the UK, and we'll retweet the timing link as well from at IMSA Radio, IMSA.com scoring. Battle for second now, right in among some more traffic danger for Sam Paley as he comes onto the finishing straight. That menacing yellow and blue Turner Motorsport, they've had so much success down through the years, but then again you've got Macumbi Makalia Racing, won in every category that they have taken part in down through the years. Flash of the headlights now from Sam Paley, just to let the Audi ahead, the TCR car, know he got a little bit of a nudge there going into, oh, that's the Number 93, Carl Whitmer, second place, Motorsport, Montreal Motorsport Honda, off at the exit of turn 9. He went all the way, he was so far off, he was on the far side of the gravel track there. So he's got back on. He must have dropped a couple of places because Mason Filippi and Chad Gilsinger weren't that far away. Now, again, got to ask yourself, did he jump or was he pushed? There was a Hyundai in the vicinity there, and that was Mason Filippi. Impossible for me to tell you whether there was contact there, and Whitmer's come straight into the pit lane with only 35.5 minutes, and looks like one of the TGR cars is in as well. Is there a little bit of damage to the right rear of that car? They're taking the grass out from the radiator at the front. They're sort of distressed look that they've got on this car. Really very cleverly done, actually. And they're blowing out the radiators and the grills at the front. Enough fodder there for a small llama. He's done a bit of grass cutting. They'll fill the car up with fuel. They've decided the Michelin tyres are fine. So they did all of that whilst the fuel was going in. So essentially, that's an off-strategy pit stop, Ryan. It's not necessarily a wasted pit stop because they got full fuel in and everything else was done before the fuel hose came out. They've just now got to recalculate their strategy, surely.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, we got another car off, and that's Bryce Ward down to the keyhole, John.
No! Just when we were building him up earlier on, he's 3/4 of the way round the corner, didn't get it into reverse. Now this is going to be a very itchy time for everybody. Do you come into the pit lane expecting a full course yellow? If it comes out, the pit lane will be closed. It's so close to the 40 minutes, and Bryce has got reverse, but I don't think he's got enough traction. Missed his braking point going past Frank Depew, went on to the inside of the corner to not to hit Frank, actually, and he hasn't helped himself. It was a slight mistake. Full course yellow is out with 37 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. This has fallen perfectly for everyone to do a green flag pit stop, and it's also not the worst news for people who have made an enforced or otherwise pit stop, Ryan, because they, of course, will now stay out and try and get back some track position and possibly a full lap.
Yeah, I think that's right. Those that dropped a lap will definitely want to stay out here, and you can count on just about, I would think, anybody who hasn't pitted if you, I mean, you're about to achieve that minimum drive time, so there's a pretty good chance if you stay out, you do get your lap back if you've dropped it already. What I'm trying to figure out is with our TCR car, the MMG car, did they lose a lap in that sequence? And I don't think that they did. And this puts them in an interesting spot. Yeah, they're still on the lead lap in class. So they need to make sure that they've done the 40 minutes by the time that the drive time, or by the time that the pits open for TCR cars. I bet they will, even though the time in the pits won't count. So. And then maybe they could just do a quick driver change, a top off with fuel while everyone else is doing full service, and that could, in theory, get them back to the front of the class.
They've got a choice to make here, and the choice is, do they leave the starting driver in and not come to the pits at all, having only been out there for a couple of laps? Now, they're on starting tyres, but everybody's still going to have to make another couple of stops in TCR. So they can do that. They can come in and do a driver change, but that will probably be longer than what they need in fuel to top off. But it'll still, I think, be shorter than everybody else.
Right.
And they'll probably be able to get, they might even be able to get a set of front tyres on in that time as well. You should be able to do that in a driver change time. So you've got a couple of options here as the pass around have started. You'll see cars overtaking the safety car. That doesn't happen very often. This is called a pass around, and basically anybody in the TCR class who is between the safety car and the leader in class, their class that is, you would be disadvantaged if you stayed where you were. So if you were between Tom Merrill, who's leading the race, who's behind the safety car, and Tyler Gonzalez in 13th position, i.e. about to go a lap down to the TCR leader, you've been waved by. So you've had the pass around, you can go back round to the back of the field. And then you've got some decisions to make. Pit lane will be open next time around for GS. I reckon everybody comes in GS, because the first people who have pitted are way down and have lost laps. Ibiza Farm Motorsport, McLaren Artura, that car is a lap off the lead. They've got to stay out. I think they've got to stay out. I don't think they'll jump everybody in the pit lane. I might be wrong, but they could do a splash and go. Do they leave Moisey in? Do they take him out? Do they put tyres on? That's the choice if they bring them down the pit lane, because they want to be stationary for the lowest amount of time. But I reckon everybody from the front, where are we? 40 minutes and 53 seconds. If you haven't been down the pit lane already, you're going to be fine here. Moisey has. He might not actually be quite there. We've just clicked over 41 minutes. All right. Ryan Marine, you are the team manager. You are the strategist for Ibiza Farm and McLaren. Are you bringing Moisey in? If you do you take him out? Do you put tyres on? Or are you leaving him out to get his track position back?
Yeah, I think you leave him out to try and get back on the lead lap here. He is down a lap, and you just have to hope that the rest of the class does come in, and then you effectively get the wave around at the end of the sequence. And then at least you're back on the lead lap. You're off sequence with everybody else, but that's what they've got to be hoping for.
Going to sweep the track just a little bit as well. Pit stop times. Let's get down to Kevin Lee.
So this is a nice, easy in. They are going to make the driver change. Thomas Merrill, who will finish the race, gets out. And then now David Hampton is going to get in. As mentioned, he's got experience here in a Trans Am race last year, running a Porsche GT4. He won in class, pretty comfortable here. That also happened to be in the wet. And I think I actually just felt a few sprinkles, but there's still a lot of blue sky. We should stay dry for a little while. It is sprinkling. It is starting to sprinkle a little bit. Everyone's still on Michelin slicks at the moment. Merrill out, Hampton in. He's from the Oregon area. Second week for this team, and they are leading here at Mid-Ohio.
Looks like they lost a few moments further up the pit lane. Sam Paley's brought his Mustang in the pit lane, but he's got the Carbon BMW parked across in front of him, and they've lost position to one of the Turner Motorsport cars there and to the BMW that they were fighting. So Sam Paley fought really hard to get ahead of those two BMWs, and both of them have jumped the dark blue Mustang with the black stripes in the pit lane. Jensen Altzman getting into that car as they send it back out. Let me tell you who stayed out. We'll get to what's happened in the pit lane in a moment, but he's interesting. Satakal Kalza for Kingpin Racing and the Toyota GR Supra has stayed out, and therefore the Bronze Cup entry will lead the motor race. That is absolutely brilliant. Now, was that a little fire in the pit lane for the Toyota? The number 12 Rafa Racing Club Supra GR. Rafael Martinez in that car. There's a little bit of a scorch mark underneath the normally pristine white hood. The GT4 cars built by WRT, just in their new factory beside Liège. Here comes the TCRs. Let's get back down to Kevin for a BDO pit lane report.
Started third, moved up to the front. He's got a nice, easy into his stall as well. They're going to fuel, and now a little bit late on bringing the tire around. Looking like right side tires for the moment. No driver change on this car, so Tyler Gonzalez is going to stay in for this stint. Now they're going to the left side tires as well, so we'll watch and see if they can get it done in the amount of time it takes for the fuel to come in. The second Victor Gonzalez car has come in right in front, so this is going to be a more difficult exit for Tyler Gonzalez. He's going to have to swing around the 18 car, who is making the driver change. 18, with drive time complete, is going to get John Miller in the car and he will take over, and we'll see if they do a two-driver switch or if Miller will finish the rest of the race.
Long way to go to the end of the race. Still 3 hours and 15 minutes and a couple of pit stops. Very tight in the race off pit road for the TCR cars. I'm slightly extrapolating what I think I saw as the timing screens have yet to catch up. But Satakal Kalsa definitely stayed out for the Toyota GR Supra GT4. I think Dylan McAvern stayed behind the wheel of the Turner car and is now in second position after some really smart work by the Turner crew. It would look to me as though the RS1 Porsche of Luca Mars now behind the wheel of that number 28 car is in third position in GS, and Team TGM and Paul Holton, who started the race, the number 46 Aston Martin in fourth. Then Sean McAllister did certainly get out ahead of Jensen Altzman, who did get into the car then, taking over from Sam Paley. So that is one of the few driver changes at the sharp end of the field. Jensen will now be in sixth position ahead of Bob McKillian in seventh. It looks like he stayed in the car. Chris Miller in eighth in their Porsche for Unitronic, I think. Oh, the Satakal Kalsa comes into the pit lane a lap after everyone else. Okay, so that wasn't tactics. They either missed or decided to stay out of the nonsense, and therefore that means that AR Motorsport, Chris Miller will move up to seventh, David Hampton for AR Motorsports for eighth, Nikita Lastojkin in ninth, and the top 10 is Turner Motorsport and Vin Barletta. Well, what do you make of that then? Fortuitous for some to be able to get their pit stop away without having to burn a green flag pit stop, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. So a few things to cover off here. Number one, the fact that Kalsa had initially stayed out, that was bad news for the Farms car that did stay out like we thought it would to try and get its lap back. But with another GS car that had stayed out and cycled through to the lead, I don't know that they were in a position to get the wave by. Now that Kalsa has pitted, I think they should get that chance if they didn't then come in and kind of back out of that staying out strategy. So we've got to get to the bottom of that in a moment. But the big shake-up here is that AR Motorsports had a bad pit stop. That was the car that was leading overall with Thomas Merrill. It's now dropped down to 8th in class with David Hampton in the car. And Paul Holton and Luca Mars, the big winners, they jump up to second and third. They were well down the order from there coming into the pit stops.
Let's head down to AR Motorsports. Paul sitting car, and Kevin Lee is with the starting driver.
It's like a quarter mile away. Yeah.
Kevin Lee just rounding up the drivers there. I did say it, we were working him hard this weekend to bring us our PTO pit lane reports. We'll get back to Kevin as soon as he picks up our Paul sitting driver. What a first stint by that team in that dark red Porsche. Welcome along if you are just joining us. Still over 3 hours of this race to go. It is the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 Hours of Mid-Ohio in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Ryan Marine and John Hindorf. Hello. Good to have your company. What's the story of the race so far? Well, some good racing. Some very fast TCR cars carving their way through the back of the GSs, and they'll have to do that again as we'll split the field again. The GS cars will go to the front. But by the same token, the fast GS cars at the front having to fight their way through the back of the TCR field. Neither of those passing opportunities have been made easy. Sounds like we'll have one more lap behind the Honda safety car. Possibly give Kev a chance to grab that starting driver we were talking about a few moments ago. I'll give you the rundown. We're pretty close on that. Once the GR Supra pulled in, so it's Turner Motorsport BMW, courtesy some great pit work. Is that a candidate, an early candidate for a Michelin moment of the race in GS? Luke Mars, how well did they turn that car around? The RS1 Porsche. Paul Holden for Team TGM, still amongst it with the Aston Martin. Number 46 in third, and the top six made up by the Carbon, the dark grey and bright green BMW. That's Sean McAllister. Jensen Altman has taken over the blue and black Mustang in fifth position. That's number 13. And Chris Miller for Unitronic in their Porsche. Chris now in sixth position. So lights still on the safety car. At least one more lap. In TCR, Brian Herter and the number 98, as they often do, Mason Filippi, cycle to the front. Luke Rumberg's now behind the wheel of the RVA Graphics Motorsport Audi in second. That's the 31 car. Tyler Chambers for Hart, still there. The hometown team for Honda Civic and the Honda plant workers there, the engineers. That is literally their weekend project, the number 89 car in third. Suelo Almeida still behind the wheel of the Brian Herter, number 9 Elantra. Tyler Gonzalez started the 99 Hyundai for Victor Gonzalez Racing, and the top six in TCR, KMW Motorsports, their Honda Civic. Dr. William Talley, he started that one, the number 5 as well. So it looks like our driver has sneaked away. Kevin is normally pretty good at following the drivers, but I think the driver nipped off to the bathroom, and frankly, even Kevin Lee isn't going to follow a driver in there in the search for a story. Good job, Kev. We'll hear more from our BDO pit lane reports through the rest of the 3 hours and 8 minutes or thereabouts. Restart time coming up. It's Dylan McAvern then who controls the field as the Honda Civic is pulled away. He's backing them up into what is now a full dry carousel. Now he gets on the power about 3/4 of the way through it. Through the little kink. It's been a good restart by Luke Mars in the RS1 Porsche as well as they head down towards turn one. One or two people just swerving left and right, trying to get heat in their Michelin tyres. Somebody diving in the pit lane. In the back was the Rafa Racing machine. Rafa Martinez coming into the pit lane there. I think they were trying to get laps back and it didn't quite work for them. Oh, and a mistake by the leader. Took too much curb into the opening part of the keyhole. Went wide, and that was absolutely the invitation required by Luke Mars. Didn't have to be asked twice, and he's gone through to the lead. Meantime, that Hart dark grey and red number 89 Honda is in the gravel, and I'm not sure even the front wheel drive is going to pull them out of that one, Ryan Marine.
No, I think that's bad news there for Tyler Chambers, who had just climbed aboard, was running third at the time of that incident into turn one. We can catch this here just at the tail end of it on the replay. Already spinning through turn one, beached in the gravel, and full course yellow is out.
What do we say? Cautions breed cautions. It's true in absolutely every form of motor race. Now, also, we're having a bit of an Austin Powers moment at turn 5 for Megan Tomlinson for Precision Racing. So she stayed in the car. She'd started that Audi RS3. Ron Tomlinson to jump in. Is that just a lazy spin? Yeah, I think so. Well done, actually, Megan. She managed to keep her foot in and pull the car out onto the grass and then spun. Wet rear tyres coming back on to the uphill section. Didn't give her the purchase she was expecting, but gets that car pointing in the right direction. And Megan Thompson will not lose too much from that because we're under yellow. Yes, it'll be frustrating. There's a few cars gone through, but she'll be straight back onto the back of the field. It's a short yellow, which means the pit lane will not open. We're heading towards the first hour of racing complete. 55 minutes gone. Ryan Marine, we've had plenty of action so far.
We have, and not just on the track, but also those race strategists. They've been hard at work, and I did want to follow up on a couple of things from a strategic perspective. Number one, we were wondering about Moise Uretsky. Were they able to get that final wave by? And they were. When Sadek Alcalsa pitted from the lead, that then put them as the next car behind the safety car prior to the restart. So they got a wave by. They are back on the lead lap, but they're on a slightly different sequence, having had to make that emergency pit stop, if you recall, prior to the yellow for something we think loose or at least a miss in the cockpit. The other car we were wondering about was the MMG Honda in the TCR class, and they did come in as we thought they might and had a shorter pit stop than several of those around them. I don't know if they changed tires, but I suspect they did because they did make a driver change. Carl Whitmer is out, Dai Yoshihara is in. Crucially, they've stayed on the lead lap and are now 7th in TCR.
That incident involving the two cars we were talking about earlier on, as the Hart car thankfully is back on the track. Sorry, that's not helpful, is it, when I say the two cars we were talking about earlier on? The Auto Technic Racing, Austin Krantz was the number 27, and 19, wasn't it, that they had?
I think it was the 33.
Okay.
Is this when he came back on track?
Maybe, yeah. 19 and 27 under review, so that was the Gregory Leafouche car, the Stephen Cameron Racing Mustang. That's what they're looking at. Maybe that was the start of that. And we're hearing that there is going to be a drive-through penalty. We've seen a lot of these this year. This is Christina Lamb for Rockwell Autosports, and that was 2 tyres without pit crew to watch over them. And also pit lane speed limit. Let's head down to the pit lane and Kevin Lee before we go back to Craig.
Do I have time to ask him about today and Le Mans?
Yes, you do, Kevin. He's with Sam Paley.
Yeah, Sam Paley got up to 2nd. Strong stint. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was great. We made some great moves. I think we definitely went in the right direction with the car. I think we struggled a little bit yesterday in qualifying, a little bit more than we did in practice 1 and 2. So car's feeling good. Car's really racy. We were able to get by a few cars in front of us, and I think we have a good package for today.
You guys are doing a unique plan. Are you still going multiple driver changes and you're getting back in the car, and Jensen also going to finish the race?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I definitely will be getting back in the car. So Jensen and I are very close on pace, so it opens up the strategy for us a little bit.
Big week for you. How do you focus on everything before you get set to go race at Le Mans?
Yeah, my car is currently sitting in France. The team's over there. They're prepping the car right now, but right now I'm just focused on winning this race and getting a good result, and then in 3 hours we'll turn the page to Le Mans.
Enjoy the experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marvellous stuff, and you'll be able to follow Sam's progress via our sister service on RS1 over at radiolemans.com. 91.2 FM around that circuit. Coming to the green flag. It's heading back to green flag. Luca Mars then will lead them out for RS1, so they've swapped those cars around. That must have been a dash to the pit lane exit. So RS1 and Luca Mars getting out ahead of Dylan McIvern, but that was how they restarted. That was not an overtake before the line, but that's not how they were lined up originally. 3rd place for Team TGM, Paul Holton. Sean McAllister in 4th for Carbon. Jensen Altzman up to 5th position. So there was a wee bit of shimmying around going on there before we went back to green. Spot on, an hour gone. Live coverage of IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge for the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours of Mid-Ohio in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's John Hindhaugh and Ryan Marine, and we're back racing again, Ryan.
Good fight here with McAllister challenging Holton. Great job by teaching him in the pits to get that spot, but doesn't look like that Aston's quite there underneath Holton at this stage, John. He just dropped the spot again to McAllister.
Through into Thunder Valley. That's dry now, Ryan. That's a dry track now, isn't it? Never mind the few sprinkles that Kevin was telling us about earlier on. We are now full dry, and slicks is the only way to go.
I think you're right, and I mean, really, it was the way to go from the very beginning. Almost everybody went to slicks right at the start, but it always seems to be this way at Mid-Ohio. All my years of coming to this racetrack, it seems like you're always making decisions last minute about what tires to go on as the conditions constantly change, and it may be like this now, but there's no guarantee it's going to stay this way for the final 3 hours.
Incident responsibility for Austin Kreins, as we've had a spin for Dr. Will Talley, at least his car. I think he stayed in that car. Yes, he did. That will drop him down. And Austin Kreins through in the number 27 car. The incident responsibility for the Autotechnic BMW actually happened in the pit lane, and they stopped in the wrong box, and that was where the contact was with the number 19, as we were reporting earlier on. Now, we talked about some drops of rain. Not only a pit lane reporter, but a weatherman. Let's get back to Kevin Lee for the latest from Mid-Ohio. We've got drama out on the circuit. We'll get back to Kevin in just a sec, because I know it's the Michelin Pilot Challenge, but Suelo Almeida is taking the sponsorship just a little bit too far, taking it about 1.5 miles actually. Picked up one of the Michelin banners from the side of the track. They will have to pit to take that off. That will be overheating that 2-litre transversely mounted 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. This is the opportunity to come in, and hasn't taken it. Goes through. Might be making the front end of the car a little more slippery. Not sure about that. There go the leaders in class. So he's dropping down the TCR at the moment. It's not affecting the vision at the moment, but I can't imagine that race control will be overly happy with that car, with that on the front of that car. Not sure what he's going to be able to do here unless he gets right offline, brakes really hard. Unfortunately, it's kind of folded itself around the right front of the black and red Brian Herter Autosport Hyundai, number 9 car. Very odd. He's keep on going. That means he's been off the circuit at some stage. The temperatures will be going through the roof there, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. That's covering all the inlets there at the front of the car. Really frustrating for Suelio, who's having a really good start to this race. And actually, he and Matty Oust have quietly put together a solid season. Finished 4th at Daytona, 5th the last time out at Laguna Seca. And he's a really fascinating story, too. He's a professional pianist. That's his training, is in classical piano. But got into racing through sim racing. He's been backed by sim racing company Logitech for quite some time and had a really good season his first year racing in real cars at a high level last year, won a Radical Cup championship and got this chance. I talked to him at PRI in the off-season in Indianapolis. He was so excited for this, and unfortunately it's just this particular race is not going his way as we go full course yellow again.
As he comes into the pits, and we've got an incident at turn 12. That pass, by the way, that was 4th position on the finish straight. Jai Yoshihara and Sam Baker both went through on this black and red number 9. He's not going to lose a huge amount of time because we are under yellow. He's dropped, obviously, off the back of the top 6 position. He was 4th position when he went off and picked up that sign. But the good news is he's not going to lose the lead lap. Debris on track, we're being told now, in turn number 11, and an incident in turn 12. Yeah, pretty good. Got rid of the sign pretty easily. Really good to see the mechanic making sure there was nothing left on the grills before they sent that Hyundai back out again. Now, let's see, after all of that drama, if we can pick up a weather report. Our meteorologist today is Kevin Lee.
Earlier, and it started to sprinkle. It was misting. It has stopped. I've looked at the radar, and I'm not seeing anything for a couple of hours, but when we started the weekend, the expectations by most teams was that this was at best going to be mixed conditions and certainly wet. We're not out of the clear. There still is a chance that we see something before we get to the end of the race, but just now casting, looking at things right now, it looks like we're good for at least a couple of hours.
Kevin will be consulting the seaweed again later on, I am sure. 2 hours 54.5 minutes still to go. Now, the other side of the sign that was brought into the pit lane by the Hyundai and Suelo Almeida was the problem, Ryan. That was what was on track and had to be recovered by track services.
Well, yeah, didn't need another car picking up that Michelin banner. And look, we appreciate Michelin and all they do for IMSA and for motorsports, but you're right. I think we're taking it a little bit too far with the advertising here today.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some sponsors who would love to be able to plaster their name all over the nose of some of these cars, but you do actually have to have airflow to the uppy downy bits inside, otherwise things go badly pretty quickly. Adrian Newey, the noted aerodynamicist, not a fan of having to cut holes in his beautifully styled bodywork for cooling. Sets all his calculations off. Like nice, everything nicely tight and packaged underneath the bodywork of the cars that he's designed down through the years. And if you've not read his book, How to Make a Racing Car, and you're into anything to do with motor racing, I will heartily recommend it. One or two people this weekend have got a long flights to Europe. Maybe get a few chapters read. Patrick Gallagher is down in the pit lane, and Kevin's down there as well.
Got one of the hometown guys from Ohio State, and grew up, about an hour south of here. It's Patrick Gallagher. Before we talk about how your team is doing, I think this is always a cool story. You were basically here a day before you were born. Explain?
Yeah, certainly. My dad was racing here, and they went home in an SCCA race. After the race, they went home, and then I was born the next morning. So I might stretch their tooth every now and then, but I always tell people my mom went into labor on the keyhole.
So this is a place you know and love, and it looks like it's going pretty well. Your teammates doing a nice job.
Yeah, I can't say enough about the work that Matt Dalton has done and Vin Barletta. They're going to put me in a good spot. The Turner Motorsport guys are the best in the business, so we'll be there at the end, I think.
People are telling me the BMW might be the make to beat. How do you feel your Turner BMW will run?
I mean, the guys and girls at Turner Motorsport have it perfect. The car's been great to drive all week, and yeah, we'll see. We got a new livery with the Bellhaven orange, so it'd be nice to put that thing on the podium or park it in victory lane.
Good luck today. Hey, one other interesting note is that Patrick sometimes helps on the strategy when he's not in the car. It's kind of a shared ride. He's doing the endurance races, and maybe up over his shoulder you can see at least the back of Robbie Foley up there. One of the Turner BMW drivers. He is helping Don Salama as the car communicator on the 96.
12th position for that car. Vin Barletta behind the wheel. Don Salama, just so much talent on the pit wall in IMSA, at least as much is behind the wheels, and I don't mean that detrimentally to either side, but this is where the strategists are earning their keep right now, Ryan, because things have changed. Everything's changed. We've had a couple of safety cars in quick succession. Recalculations are going on, drive time calculations are going on, fuel calculations are going on. Tyre degradation, that's going to be a big talking point here. It always is. And they've somehow got to keep across, in some cases, multiple cars as well.
Right, exactly. And that's the case for Turner. They've got the car running second right now. They've also got that car in 12th, like you talked about. And Don Salama, one of the very best at adapting on the fly. It's all well and good to have a plan going in, but especially in a race like this, you just know that plan is going to have to be altered in real time from time to time. And Patrick was exactly right. His two teammates, much less experienced than he is. Matt Dalton got his drive time done early. Vin Barletta trying to do that right now. And then if they can give him a car that's, you know, in a position to fight, you know that Patrick Gallagher's going to take it to the front.
Just a moment or two ago, a little problem in the pit lane. And I hope that crew member is all right. That was the Audi that had the problem earlier on. Christina Lamb back in the pit lane for the Rockwell Auto Developments car. And the car dead stick in the fast lane. If you want to follow along on timing and scoring, IMSA.com/scoring. That's the easiest way to get to it, whether you're here at Mid-Ohio, listening in on the P8, or you are further afield, either watching or listening. Good to know what's going on. My strategy software has melted down already, you see. That's all well and good, isn't it? But Don Salama keeps it all in his head, writes it down, uses a bit of computer data here and there, but generally speaking. So most of the cars at the front of the field are 14 laps into a stint, but of those 14 laps, only 11 of them have been green flag laps. The rest have all been under yellow flag. Getting close to going back to green now. Not sure who this has helped, really, if anybody. Certainly the drivers who have got in. If you've had a quick driver, if you've had your lesser class driver in to start with, Ryan, then you would have quite liked to have burned some of that time right now. If you've done your driver change because somebody's done 40 minutes, then you may have one of your gun drivers in at the moment, and you're not getting the benefit. And the pace car lights are out, so we are going to come back to green at the end of this lap. That will be on the pit straight.
Two that I think this could have helped. Moisey Goretzky, Ibiza Farms car, they came in and pitted under this yellow, so they were off sequence, having pitted about 20 minutes earlier than everyone before. Now they're roughly on sequence. If anything, they have a little more wiggle room to work with. And another car that also needed a wave by earlier to get back onto the lead lap is the Rebel Rock car that Frank Depew started. They had lost the lap. I believe they've got, no, they're still one down. But Frank's drive time is done and Andrew Davis is in the car. They also took this chance to pit under yellow, and maybe that extends their window then to try and get that lap back a little bit later on. One final note, we heard from Kevin there, that story about Patrick Gallagher being at this track one day before he was born. I can tell you then, that must have been 33 years ago tomorrow, because his birthday is Tuesday. So there we go, doing a little basic math there. He must have been here in utero 33 years ago.
What you come up with statistics and factoids, Ryan Marine, never ceases to amaze me. 2 hours 46 minutes and 37 seconds when the green flag was shown to Luca Mars, who needed no second invitation to get his foot down and try and pull away from Turner Motorsport and Dylan McIvern. He hasn't been able to eke out more than a car, maybe a car and a half's length, but it is the RS1 Porsche, that beautiful dark red colour, dark red, black and white colouring. And he goes through the keyhole from BMW, Aston, Ford, Porsche, Ford, Porsche, Porsche, and Ford for the top 10. So a good spread of the manufacturers now coming down the hill past where they started, some hour and 14 minutes away through turn 4. A bit of new asphalt there as they head up over the rise. Camber changes at the top of the hill, haul the car back to the left hand side for turn number 6. You can take a little bit of the left hand curve, try and straighten up turns 7 and 8. Must get the entry to turn 9, absolutely spot on. Don't take too much curve there on the right hand side. It can spit you off to the left hand edge of the track, and there's not much runoff down there, and it's all downhill to a barrier that is very close indeed. Now through the fast kink on the run back towards the carousel. Start wide, cut in, and then diamonded off the last piece of the corner so that you have got your entry to the final left-hander, and that is a very quick lap indeed on a restart lap for Luca Mars, who holds the lead in the low-slung, svelte, nimble Porsche with the bigger front engine BMW, little flat six, remember, under the floor behind where the driver is sitting in the Porsche. Honestly, if you've ever seen those road cars, you can open the hatchback on a Cayman, you can open the rear trunk on a Boxster, you can't see the engine. You've got to get underneath the car to see the engine. It's a masterpiece of packaging. The engine is low and in the middle of the car, which is why it's got very neutral handling. But the BMW, noted as a front engine car with rear wheel drive with the transaxle on the back end of the car, that's pretty much a 50-50.
Porsche teams, not specifically
well.
the RS1, about rain setup versus dry setup, and what I hear is conventional is, especially with the Porsche, you really don't have to change too much. The only way you would go to a wet setup is if you knew it was going to be wet the entire time. It was always expected to be dry at least part of the time, so they're in a pretty conventional setup and are going to be likely good whether it rains a little bit or if it stays dry.
Interesting. I wonder if that weight distribution that we were talking about there adds to that in the Porsche. Phenomenally well balanced car and leading the race at the moment. TCR still scrapping as well, mere tenths of a second between the front runners there, Ryan Maroon.
Yeah, super close right now. Mason Filippi leads, but the 99, the Victor Gonzalez racing car, started by Tyler Gonzalez. Tyler's driven this entire race so far, is back to second. They dropped a few spots during the pit stop, but it hasn't taken Tyler long to get back there, and he is nipping at the heels of Mason at the moment, only a quarter of a second behind, and has really been right there on his heels since the restart.
Well, we are in a race where strategy will play a part, and as yet we've not seen any big, long green flag runs. Quite often in Michelin Pilot Challenge, we have maybe an untidy first third or first quarter of the race. Oh, as off, and that's the Christina Lamb car again, isn't it? The number 15, as it's gone into the wall quite hard. The Van der Steur Racing, it's Ben Sloss now who is in that car, excuse me. It wasn't the Christina Lamb car at all, it was the other one that started on full course yellow, by the way, started on the wet weather tyres. I think there might have been some help here coming down the hill, and this is TCR on GS action, Ryan.
Yeah, it was. We talked at the start of this about the overlap and the fact that the pole-sitting TCR car would have qualified 6th overall. So there are a lot of really fast TCR cars that have the pace to run right there amongst the leaders in GS, and it's just awkward and uncomfortable when they catch the back of the GS field. The cars make their speed in different ways. That overlap is definitely a challenge. Let's look at this again and see if we can figure out what the other car involved was. Looks like it's the 31. Is that the Pegram Racing car? No, I'm sorry. That's the RVA Graphics car, number 31. That's third in class, interestingly, Luke Rumberg. So that could have some implications as well, depending on how Race Control views this.
Oh, and there's the issue. You're absolutely spot on, because battling for third position in the Racing to End Alzheimer's number 31 RVA Graphics Motorsport machine, Luke Rumberg does not want to lose touch with Tyler Gonzalez and Mason Filippi in the two Hyundais ahead of him, and he's trying to keep John Miller in the Victor Gonzalez Racing Hyundai and Sam Baker in the Baker Racing Audi behind him. So time is of the essence. He was also, I think, he's either just got by or trying to get by one of the Astons as well that was right in behind him. And so there's such a lot to think about, and you as you come down the hill off the top of 5 into the 4 and 5 and come down into 6, you sort of have to drift across to the left-hand side because you're trying to narrow the angle through that right-hander so that you're set up for 7, 8 and 9, because you absolutely have to get that right as you're heading up to the next brow of the hill. So you naturally drift left, and that's a tough one to call. Once again, our race control, race direction, having to look at all of the evidence, and they see a lot more than we do. They've got the ability to independently rewind all the cameras that we can see, and they also have some additional angles as well. There's quite a bit of damage actually on that Aston Martin, and I think that, well, I'm not sure if I was Ben behind the wheel of that car that I would want to be trying to move that. Meantime, the other car involved, Luke Rumberg, is in the pit lane, and they're looking at, they're looking at the left rear, which is where the contact was, and that might have broken a toe link on that car, you know. It's sitting up high, but now they've dropped it down, and go, 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 don't lose a lap. Still over 2 hours and 39 to go. Let's have a word with Jan Helen down in the pit lane, this BDO pit lane report with Kevin Lee whilst we're still under yellow.
Speaking of quick drivers, Jan Helen has a quick driver as a teammate. Luca Mars out there in front. A lot of people were telling me we just need track position. You guys have it. Can you keep it?
Yeah, we'll see. So far, the race is going exceptionally well. We didn't expect to be in that position this early on, so we had a really good pit stop. Luke had a really good opening lap, and then, like I said, the team really killed it here on that first stop and put us right in front. So hopefully we can keep it there.
You've raced at so many different levels. How much are you enjoying being back in the Michelin Pilot Challenge full time?
There's no better racing than in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. I love it. It's, you know, no downforce and just close racing. It's really enjoyable.
And this seems like the perfect opportunity. Let's be honest, to be a successful racing driver, you also need to coach and mentor a little bit, so you still get to try to race for wins. And you've got a really good protege that you can help right now. Yeah, I can't say enough good words about Luca. He's done a really good job so far this year. And he's got a lot of natural talent, and he's super young, so it's really fun to work with a guy like him. Good luck. We'll see Jan Helen in a little bit. By the way, guys, for Luca Mars, this is basically his hometown race from Pittsburgh. It's only a couple hours plus away from here, so they got a lot of friends and family here this weekend.
Pittsburgh to here in a couple of hours, Kev. Something you want to tell us? Really? BTO pit lane. Not at my very gentle pace, let me put it that way. Fantastic. Oh, good stuff. Jan Helen, what a character he is, and getting faster and faster as well. Imagine you're taking Luca Mars out of that car, Ryan, and you're plugging Jan Helen in. That must be sending shivers up and down the rest of the GS pit lane.
Absolutely. It was something I was thinking about earlier, the fact that they've already been able to get track position. You heard Jan there mention the great pit work that got them up to second, and then Luca got the pass done to get to the lead of the race, his memory serves. And so it was interesting to hear him say they thought they could get there, but they're maybe a little bit ahead of schedule. That too sends shockwaves, I think, down the rest of the pit lane for those GS class cars, knowing that these are the championship leaders for a reason. They have been remarkably consistent over the course of the season so far. Finishes of second, and first. And here we go. We kind of looked at them through practice, and they were struggling, qualified mid-pack, not a whole lot to be excited about it. All of a sudden, after 90 minutes or thereabouts, they're back at the front of the field again.
And a lot of that through really good pit stops. If you can't make up time on the track, you can make up time in the pits. You know, you fight for every 10th or half a second, and if you're starting to give up 10 seconds, 5 seconds in the pits, that's so hard to get back until you get a yellow flag. Well, RS1 have done it the opposite way around. They weren't even in the top 10 when they started. Did they qualify 12th, Ryan? I've put my grid sheet down.
I've got it here in front of me. They started 8th So just barely inside the top 10.
All right. Okay. But even so, yeah, as you said, looking at their pace, yeah, I've got the sheets now. Now I've found them, of course. They just didn't seem to be able to get the car dialed in. But my goodness me, they've taken their opportunity. And remember, getting to the lead was the Turner Motorsport clipping the entry curb to the keyhole and set the car a couple of car widths wide. And Luca says, thanks very much, nips through. Now, would he have done that on pace? Could he have done that on pace? We don't know. It doesn't matter. He took his opportunity, and track position here is super important. By the way, Ben Sloss didn't drive the car back. It is on the back of the flatbed now. But look, sometimes, sometimes you've got to be lucky. Sometimes you've got to be good. If you're lucky and good, then you're going to have a pretty decent day.
No luck at all for poor Luke Rumberg. That car has made a couple of visits to the pit lane and now is shown as behind the wall. So again, that's one of the cars that was involved in the incident that brought out this yellow, running third at the time in TCR. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how their season has gone. Not a whole lot to write home about.
Yeah. Let's see if we can go back to green flag this time around at IMSA Radio. Hello to Johnny May and to Dave Alcock, to Jerry Z, who is watching and listening down in Florida. Dave Alcock wants to know what's the name of the groundhog who is assisting Kevin with the weather forecast during today's race. We're giving him every opportunity to make sure we hear and see quite a lot of them. And also hi to Tom Marshallek, who spent some time in the Mustang garage with Sam Paley earlier this week. Tom, one of our regulars, having a great time at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course as we go back to green flag racing. 2 hours, 33 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock. And once again, Luca Mars kicks that Porsche into life through turn number 1, and once again he's got just enough to prevent that BMW of Dylan McIvern in the yellow and blue colours of Turner Motorsport from getting anywhere near a stop into the pit lane for the other Turner car at the moment. Now this is interesting. That's Vin Barletta. They've waited until, well actually it was a short yellow, wasn't it? So the pits did not open. So that's a left-hand front Michelin tyre. Are they just doing the one? I think they were. And as they brought it in, I think Kevin's down there. Let's see if Dalton
started the race, fulfilled drive time, and I think Vin Barletta may have done that as well. So these caution laps are helping him. If they want, I think Gallagher could finish the race.
Ah, yes, makes sense. Notice the Andy Blackmore design logo on the back of that white Turner Motorsport car. Thanks, Kev. The Spotter's Guide available via IMSA and from Andy's site as well for this race weekend. He's also done one for the Ford Mustang Invitational over at Le Mans next weekend. That'll be printed out in the Marine household, you just know it will. See how many of the driver's signatures you can get on that when you're over in France next week, Ryan, for your dad. Be a nice little keepsake to have framed and on the wall. Heading into the last 2.5 hours then, it's still Porsche that leads. Luca Mars in the first position at the moment. He hit the curb a little bit hard this time. Big dive up the inside, further back, right by the one of the second of the Mustangs there, as they head through the faster parts of the circuit. Now I've got to work out, I'm trying to back time this to see how this is going to work, Ryan. Patrick Gallagher, should he wish, I think he can go all the way to the end with just a couple more stops. Even it'll be 3 more stops for the GS cars unless we get a bit of help. But we're getting dangerously close here to just 2 more stops for the TCR cars, because they can easily do an hour round here.
especially with all the yellow that we've been having, this could really extend this stint. The vast majority of this second stint since the pit stop has been behind the safety car, unfortunately. So I think the thing for Turner there is both of their other drivers, this is a 3-driver lineup, both Dalton and Barletta got their 40 minutes taken care of, so they were able to plug their fast driver in that lineup in, Patrick Gallagher, and mea culpa on this one. I thought I had a great story there about his birthday and everything, and I got the month-day thing switched up. Sometimes, you know, you guys do it differently than we do here, so it's actually the 6th of October, not the 10th of June. That's his birthday. So there you go. I tried to tell a fun story and got beaten up by the date system.
Yeah, you just got a warning for that one. No drive-through. Don't worry, Ryan.
Much obliged.
Now, there's a big gaggle of cars coming down towards turn 4 at the moment, and right in amongst it, as you can imagine, lots of battling going on right there at the moment, and it's both classes at the same time. And this is where the problems start to begin. Whilst that is happening, I'll keep an eye on that. Luke Rumberg has just come back out the pit lane. Let's find out what was going on for the RVA Graphics Audi. Here's Kev.
Jaden Conwright trying to get an update on the number 31 RVA Graphics Audi. It's back in the garage. They're hoping to try to fix it to get it back out, but they are going to be many, many laps down is the best case scenario. Conwright has not been in the car much this weekend, including today.
So interesting, good update there from Kevin to get the update on that, and a problem here for the 7. Another car slow on track, and it looks like some smoke coming out from the Precision Racing LA car. This is Celso Neto, car that's already been delayed quite a bit. They had to spend some time in the pit lane, and he'll try and limp his way back around. Tough day for him and his co-driver, Ryan Eversley. 2.5 hours to go. Battle is fierce here up towards the front of the pack. This is the car, actually, Daniel Morad now driving the 57. Bryce Ward started that car. They unfortunately dropped a lap when they got into the tire barrier, and consequently have dropped back considerably, but still have really good pace in that car, and that car is now running right there in the middle of the pack in terms of track position, just not on the same lap as the rest of the front runners. But that said, you can tell that car comes to life when the Canadian Daniel Morad gets behind the wheel. Does look like Celso Neto was able to make it around to the pit lane. That's good news there. Keeps us from having to go to another full course yellow. And as we get back to green flag racing here, the track must be in good conditions, because at least 7 or 8 cars just did their best laps of the race, including the race leader, Luca Mars, who's now pulling ahead of Dylan McIvern to the tune of 1.3 seconds. Sean McAllister sitting back in 3rd. Holton and Jensen Altsman, the rest of the top 5. But right now, John, we're watching Daniel Morad try and side through this field. He'd like to race his way back onto the lead lap if at all possible.
Well, and he might have the pace to do that, to be quite honest. He's really going nicely. This is what we want to see. We want to see some long green flag racing runs. The blue and red Tekkerman supported number 57, just coming through traffic at the moment. They'll be disappointed they couldn't stay on the lead lap. I absolutely commentator cursed Bryce Ward earlier on. Bryce, who I've known for a long time, since he first came into motor racing, which he won't mind me telling you, that was not when he was in his first flush of youth, and he's been absolutely loving it. His son Russell Ward, Winward Racing, have developed in motor racing terms is a very short period of time into a massive motorsport entity. Cars for AMG Mercedes in the DTM. They were running at Zandvoort in the Netherlands this weekend. On a base in Germany as well as here in the United States. And my goodness, what a success story it has been. IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship team, defending champions, started off last year really impressively, and they are going the same way, maybe quite as all-conquering as they were last year, but there's a bit of momentum growing. And Daniel Morad now having a look down the inside of the Porsche, number 20. No, not number 28, because that would have been the leader. That's not the right colour of that car, is it? No, that was the RS car. So going past the Porsche further down the field. Very impressed with how Daniel have got straight to work. When most people go to work, Ryan, you sort of, you go into work. Those of you who aren't working from home, you get into work, you make yourself a cup of coffee, or you head to the water cooler, you talk to your co-workers, you maybe discuss what you watched on television last night, and then you get down to a bit of business. Racing drivers can't really do that, can they? They've just got to get straight into it.
I've always been impressed in the racing driver's mentality, especially in some of these longer races. You could get called in to jump in last minute. A yellow comes out, all of a sudden you got to scramble to get the helmet on, the gloves on, and just get into the fight. Or, overnight in a 24-hour race, you were just asleep a few hours ago, and next thing you know, you're doing 200 miles an hour on the banking at Daytona, and that's just part of the job.
Yep.
That part of the driver's mentality has always blown me away.
The reason I was slightly concerned and confused myself about which Porsche Daniel Morad had just passed is because it was Andy Lally in the number 38 BGP car. And anytime you pass Andy Lally, you're having a good day, and you've got a good car underneath you, and you're putting a decent pace on. Now, that wasn't for position, but as Ryan said, that number 57 car, sitting in 17th at the moment, is the first car not... Oh, no, wait a minute, let me check that. Is the first car not on the lead GS lap. And Patrick Gallagher is the car that they're aiming for to get back a position. They're just about a minute behind them. Check that, half a minute behind them. But Morad at the moment is turning in fastest lap after fastest lap for that car. 27.5 in traffic is that car's fastest lap. The leader, Luke Yamars, did a 27.2. So a little bit quicker. But even so, that number 57 AMG, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Don't know where to look at the moment, if I'm quite honest. And so many teams now in this middle part of the race. I just wonder whether this is going to be all about consolidation, Ryan, and basically finding out what you've got left in the car for the last stint and a half, so maybe, what, an hour and a half?
Yeah, I think so, especially for those that are front runners right now. For those that don't have track position, this is the time to try and fight and get some of that back. But yeah, everybody's got an eye to getting yourself in a position to challenge there in the final stages of this race. Really good battle breaking out in TCR. This is outstanding stuff. John Miller, who just came in during that last pit stop, he's got his hands full. He's got Mark Wilkins and that recovering number 33 behind him. Dai Yoshihara and Suelio Almeida as well. Another great recovery story there from a couple of cars that had misfortune in the first hour. But that's the nature of these long races, John. That's why I like having these 4-hour races occasionally in Michelin Pilot Challenge. It gives you a chance to fight back if you should have that cartoon anvil strike early on in the going.
Yeah. Why don't we have a Wile E. Coyote racing team? That would be brilliant. I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it out there. There you go, in the paddocks of IMSA Racing. Yeah, but you're spot on. And the teams love it. The drivers love it. Gives them an opportunity to stretch their technical nous as well. That's not to say that even in the 2-hour races that you haven't got to think on your feet. You do. Here you've got maybe a little more, well, you've got twice as much time, so you've got a little more time to correct maybe a mistake, maybe right or wrong, if you've been nerfed off the track or you've lost some time, not of your own making, then a couple of really good moves or strategical thinking can bring you back to the front of the field. And we'll be looking for our Michelin moment of the race in each of the two classes, so one for GS and one for TCR. If you want to follow along, by the way, with our timing and scoring, we've been talking about these fast laps coming in for various cars. IMSA.com/scoring. IMSA.com/scoring is the easiest way to get to it, and there's a variety of different screens that you can look at there, including, so if you go to that and then you click on the little arrow that's pointing to the left at the top left hand side, you click that and then you've got the chance to look at the overall, the top 10, GS, the TCR. Go further down to the positioning one, and that will give you the dancing ants, and then you'll be able to see where everybody is on the track at the same time. So that's everything that we have in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre. You can have it as well, thanks to our great friends and colleagues at Al Kamel and IMSA, not only for making that available to us, but also to the fans as well, particularly in the longer races. It really does add something to the race, and by all means, if we're missing something, drop us a line at IMSA Radio. That's absolutely fine. More eyes are good. All of that is available, no paywall, no subscription. That's IMSA's commitment to sports car racing. 2 hours and 18 and a half minutes to go in the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. Another car that had a problem early on, which is trying to fight its way back, is the McLaren Artura, Ibiza Farm Motorsports. Moise Uretsky, has he got back onto the lead lap, right onto the end of the lead lap now?
Yes, he has. He got that final wave by a couple of cautions ago, and they took an opportunity to pit under a subsequent caution, so they've lost track position, but they have more flexibility by just a few minutes than the rest of the cars in their class. So that has them, I think, in decent stead to get back in this fight once they get Michael Cooper in the car. We haven't seen him yet, and that car tends to go really fast with Michael in it. Of course, they won at Daytona earlier this season. So they're doing what they need to do right now to stay in the hunt, and Moise's actually doing a good job fighting with Harrison Goodman. I think he just made that pass to get up to 13th and has a couple other targets that he should be able to go and try and chase down here before his drive time is done. Speaking of drive time, just real quick, John, you mentioned social media. We did have one that came in from Grant Westman at IMSA Radio, tagged me as well, wondering what the maximum drive time is today for Michelin Pilot Challenge. We've talked about 40 minutes being the minimum, and it's 2 hours and 40 minutes for a 3-driver car maximum drive time, 3 hours 20 minutes maximum drive time for 2-driver lineups today.
We live to serve. Thanks, Grant, for asking that. Now, apparently we've got to call it Acme Motorsports rather than Wiley Coyote Racing. Yes, that makes great sense. Thanks, JJ, for that. Over in Europe. Yeah, I have a feeling everything might end quite badly. Right, let's pick up some action at the sharp end of the field, because while we've been talking about other things, we've been keeping our eye via timing and scoring. Well, I'll come to that in a moment. A little bit of argy-bargy on the finish straight. Ooh, that was a bit unnecessary. The McLaren Artura involved there, and the other car was another one of the GT4 Porsches. And that looked like, was that the AR Motorsports car?
It was the Uretsky-Goodman fight, I think, that we mentioned a moment ago.
Yeah,
I said
right.
Uretsky got the pass, and now we know how.
Yes, that was a CSM car, excuse me, yes. Sam Baker's on pit lane in his Audi, the number 52. Come down the pit lane. Team TGM have been in and out.
Change for second, John.
Yeah.
McAllister just got by McIvern on this lap there. That just happened. And this is the fastest car of the race so far that made the pass there. McAllister, he has, well, he had the fastest lap. Actually, that got taken away from him, but he gets that spot now from the Turner car. So those two swapping second spot here.
And they have dropped away. Because of that fight, they have dropped away from the leader. So Luca Mars, thank you very much indeed. Just run you through some best lap times here, just to tell you how tight this is. This is best, this is not last lap, but best lap for the RS1 Porsche, 1:26.7. For the Carbon with Peregrine BMW that was second, now third, 1:26.7. For the Turner Motorsport car that was third, now second, 1:26.7. For the Team TGM Paul Holton Aston Martin, 1:26.9. Are you seeing a pattern here of how close this is? And it is like that right throughout the field. 26.7 to 27.2s, all the way through the field. 27.4, 27.7. Under a second between the best laps of all of these cars. Now, you can't do your best lap every lap. It's just not possible, particularly when you've got 30-odd cars out on the circuit, and we've still got 35 cars still running as Sean McAllister resets the fastest lap. See, now, if we have a curse of the commentator, can we also have the blessing of the commentator? Because Ryan Marina just said that was the fastest car. He did that fast lap a little while ago. Now he's down to a 1:26.693, and that's brought him a little bit closer, under a second now, to Luca Mars. Porsche, BMW, they're all within nothing at all, just on a second and a quarter. Then 2.5 seconds back to the Aston Martin of Team TGM, the number 46. And while we're watching the action on track, let's head down for a video pit lane report with Kevin Lee.
Thinking our next stop needs to be our next to the last stop. We're getting very close, and I think some of the GS front runners may not need to come in for another 5 to 10 laps. So if they get that done, probably one more stop after that is going to be what they need to finish this race.
Oh, that's interesting. Now, Kevin would not have told us that unless he's been talking to people. I thought they might need a splash at the end. Now, a moment or two ago, second place changed, and it was on the run down towards turn number 4. Big defensive move by the Turner BMW, but could not hold the Carbon car back. And now the Carbon car has drafted up to the back of the leader. Luca Mars must have been expecting this moment for some time with the two BMWs behind him. They've got a slightly quicker car underneath them, only very slightly, but that's all it needs around here. Traffic in the form of the Audi number 37, and that was used very nicely by our leader. They go 3 wide. The BMW has a nose in front, it has the front wheel in front, it has the door panel in front, but it'll be down to the last of the late breakers, down to turn number 4, and the Porsche is very late on the brakes indeed as Luca Mars holds on to that lead. Why is he fighting so hard with 2 hours and 12 minutes still to go? Because the more he keeps these BMWs behind, the more in the race he is. If he lets them go and they get a couple of clear laps, they could clear off, and that could be the race. This could be another Michelin moment of the race, in defence as much as it is in attack, Ryan Marine.
I think you're exactly right. Luca Mars, remember, this car got to the lead in part by quick pit work that got them to second, and then there was the miscue from McIvern on the restart that opened the door. Does the Porsche have the pace in it to really fight with the BMWs on raw speed? I don't know. I mean, maybe with Jan Heylen in it, we will see. But at the moment, it looks like the BMW is the stronger package. And so this is really big for RS1 to try and keep them behind as long as possible, just to keep them in the hunt.
35 laps, all of these cars, since they were last down in the pit lane, but only 20 of those have been under green flag conditions. So I'm starting to crunch a few numbers now and think to myself, Kev might not be a million miles off here. I'm still not sure. I think it's still 2 stops from here, but I think it might just be 2 stops rather than 2 stops and a splash. It could need a little bit of fuel saving. if we stay green. And at the moment, Luca Mars is putting on a defensive masterclass. Absolutely incredible. And for a moment, at least, they are in clear air here. So he's not got the advantage or indeed the disadvantage of traffic around him. He's doing all of this himself, Ryan. And with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, this is the sort of racing we were hoping for. Two different cars, two completely different configurations of cars, even philosophies of cars. The little two-seat, low-slung Porsche against the BMW M4, much bigger cars, full back seats. Engine in the front versus engine in the middle. You could not get much different, but BOP allows this to work. And although people don't like it, but the IMSA Tech team do a lot of work so that we get racing just like this.
It's really good stuff. And Luca Mars, to your point, is doing a fantastic job keeping these two BMWs behind him. I think I've told this story before, but last fall, Luca was in the SRO 8-hour race in Indianapolis and spent an entire stint in his NSX ahead of Lucas Stoltz, the Mercedes factory driver, in a Mercedes AMG, and kept him at bay for the better part of an hour. That was super eye-opening to me about the kind of talent that young Luca Mars has, and we're seeing some of that on display here in a very similar rearguard action.
And with no disrespect to Acura or Honda, but that NSX is not in the first flush of youth, and that AMG is generally regarded as one of the better handling cars, and one of the cars that it is easier to wring consistently fast lap times out of, and Lucas Stoltz knows that car probably better than he knows his family. He spent that much time in it. So yes, that was seriously impressive. Now, I haven't mentioned TCR for a little while, so let's put that right. A little bit of drama coming through turn one last time around, and a bit of rally crossing again from one of the Herta Hyundais. This time it doesn't result in any major problems. Now a great run through turn one this time around for Sean McAllister. Again though, the Porsche is in the middle of the road, forcing McAllister to go wide round the outside, the longer distance, and the Porsche has great speed in the middle of the corner, and for a moment it looked like the two BMWs might be going to touch again. Once again, Luca Mars immediately to the right-hand side of the track, forcing either of the BMWs to go the long way round. Down into turn four. I'd say that Porsche is just a little bit better on the brakes. Was that a wee mistake there by McAllister in second? Here comes the Turner BMW. Dylan McAvern did not... Oh, the spin! The rear tyres lighting up for the Carbon with Paragon racing machine, and Sean McAllister's taken to the grass. I wonder if he just went offline and got some dirt there as he was going through turn four, and as he leaned on them at the bottom of the hill at the right-hander at 6, then physics took over and the back end swapped. Absolutely incredible stuff here, Ryan, but now Luca Mars has got Dylan McAvern. Well, how did you read that one? I don't think there was a touch there.
No, that was all on his own. Really strange. Just not a lot of grip offline, maybe. This track very green after all of the rain that we've had. It was interesting to see McAllister so aggressive on the attack. It left him vulnerable for McAvern to kind of counterattack himself in the Turner car, and that caught him out, that got him offline, and whether that's what played a part in it or just a simple miscue, the end result is McAllister dropped down to 5th, having been running in 2nd prior to that spin.
Looking at the relative merits of both of the cars, the Porsche seems to be good on the brakes and on the initial grip out of the corners with that mid-engine, very balanced design. The BMW, I think, probably has a higher top speed, might even have a little more torque on that engine rather than the flat 6 in the GT4 Porsche. What that gives us around here is a set of pluses and minuses that kind of balance each other out. Very, very close over the top of the brow at turn 9 into Thunder Valley, but just drifting off the track for a moment. Dylan McAvern throws up a bit of dirt from his left-hand side Michelin tyres. Now coming down into the carousel to complete what will be lap number 69. 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. Wow, they are well into this. It could be just 2 more stops, you know. But these guys are not holding back. Lap times 1:27.5. So that's about a second or thereabouts slower than they can go. There's been a bit of traffic, and of course, they're not necessarily on the optimum line as far as the corners are going. Once again, it's 3/4 of the way up the outside for the Turner car, but then on acceleration, the rear Michelin's just breaking traction, and that may have cost the opportunity, as again Mars stays to the right-hand side through the right-hand kink, coming down the hill to turn 4. China Beach ahead of them. BMW jinks out, but it has to jink out to the right-hand side. We'll try the cutback, but it's smart driving from Mars, who makes a beeline from the exit of turn 4 to the inside of the track, and the left-hand side of the track at turn 5 over the brow, and it just doesn't give any room for the slingshot for Dylan McIvern in second place to put that BMW in any kind of position, Ryan Myron, that he can make a pass.
Yeah, it's all about positioning the car, isn't it? And Mars has positioned it in such a way that there just hasn't been an easy route by for McIvern. To give McIvern credit, he's been patient. He's not used the bumper at all at this stage. Still plenty of time, not even halfway through this race, so no reason to get too aggressive here. But you can tell that BMW, it does seem to have the pace advantage over the Porsche if he could get clear. But boy, that's easier said than done. This has been outstanding from Luca Mars.
This is absolutely brilliant. We'll make no apologies for keeping our eyes very firmly fixed on this. Mason Filippi still leads in TCR. The leaders in GS are up at the keyhole again. It's Tyler Gonzalez for Victor Gonzalez Racing. So Hyundai is now first through to fifth in the TCR category, with the first non-Hyundai, the Montreal Motorsport Group Honda Civic Dai Yoshihara, in 6th position. Same start to the back straight, same finish to the back straight, with the BMW still unable to get round. Tries to go all the way around the right-hand side, but there's not the grip there. There's just not the grip there, and the BMW just hasn't got the punch that the Porsche has from the centre off. It really looks like Luca Mars can put that Porsche wherever he wants, and he's using every bit of the road when he needs to, but he seems to be able to tighten up a corner or just pinch a corner a little bit when he needs to, and he's doing that thoroughly frustrating thing of putting the car exactly where Dylan McIvern does not want it to be. Meantime, a little bit of drama in the TCR category. Silver and blue Audi, and it is an Audi this time, of James Vance for Baker Racing. He's taken over that car. He was momentarily off to the left-hand side of the circuit. Again, the front wheels had some purchase. He's back on again as the leaders find themselves in clear air again at the top of the hill at the keyhole, Ryan. What has the second-placed car, Dylan McIvern, he's tried the same things several times as we get... now, this will be a scheduled pit stop. I'll come back to the pit stop in a moment, because it is for the car that was in 4th position. Dylan McIvern's tried the same things. He's got to try something different, surely.
I think you're right. At this point, Mars kind of knows what the moves are that McIvern's going to use, and that allows you to be a bit more relaxed when you're in that defensive position. You kind of feel like, all right, I've seen what he's bringing to the table. I'm ready to try and compensate for it.
Tyre change down in the
car,
pit lane.
Harry Gottsacker is getting into number 98 Hyundai Elantra N. Already a win this season. Really should have been 2 wins. Actually should have been a win, but had the win in the DQ at Sebring, and then a second as well, and a chance to get another one here this weekend. Michelin tires, all 4. I think we're going to see everybody coming in here within the next couple of laps, but the 98 protects himself. A yellow does come out. They would be able to cycle to the front. Everyone else in a little bit of a danger area, hoping it stays green for a few more minutes.
Waiting for the fuel. The car's back on the ground. Waiting for the fuel sign. The throaty roar of the 4-cylinder 2-litre motor by mandate. 4-cylinder turbocharged IMSA controls the power very closely. on those engines, all transversely mounted, all driving the front wheels again. That's mandated. TCR, a global category. This time, the lead Porsche of Luca Mars does not immediately go to the right-hand side, and for a moment the door not open there, Ryan, but certainly left ajar. There was almost a bit of encouragement there from Dylan McEvern to give it a go.
Didn't look like McEvern felt like he was close enough really to make a concerted lunge, so had to settle back in. This has been awesome for Mars. These two cars, by the way, now on 77 minutes on this stint. But again, so much of it was done behind the safety car. They made good fuel mileage in so doing. That pit stop from the 46 seems early. They were on the same sequence as these two, and they were running slower. I thought maybe they were trying to save fuel to get in that window. They're right on the cusp of it right now.
Kevin Lee is waiting for the leader, who peels off with an hour and 59.5 minutes still to go.
Point of this race, so everybody that comes at this point should be good to make it home on one more stop. Really strong first stint for Luca Mars. They're dominating this championship in some ways right now and trying to get another win. Mars has done his job. Now Jan Halen is going to get it in. Jan was telling me yesterday that the Porsche does not have the best straight line speed here. They are really quick. They make their lap time through the corner, so it was going to be critical to be able to get the track position. So now it comes on the RS1 team. Can they get the pit stop, the driver change, done in enough time? Also, by the way, right behind Jeff Westphal is getting in the 39 Carbon with Peregrine BMW. They are also strong this weekend. So the 28 should be able to get out in front of the 39, who's still, despite that little off, still very much in contention for this race.
46 lap stint for Luca Mars on that fuel and tyre set, of which 17 were under yellow. So remember that for later on. Sean McAllister also in the pit lane for the BMW Carbon with Peregrine team. Out goes the RS1 Porsche in that red, white and black colour scheme. Now let's keep an eye on Dylan McEvern for BMW. He's in the lane right now, so he's only gone one lap further. Kevin is still down there in the pit lane, and we'll watch the pit stop for Turner.
So it is getting busy here on pit lane. We're going to see the number 13 Ford come in, but next time. So the 95 has an easy in, but maybe not an easy out, because the 13 is coming right behind the McCumbee McAleer. And we're going to see Sam Paley get back in this car. It's a two-driver lineup, but they're doing multiple driver changes, and Jensen Altman is going to get back in that car before we're done. As far as the 95 is concerned, think about this. Turner Motorsport this season has just the one podium so far, but they have had really strong pace. And that, by the way, is from this car, the 95. The BMWs have been strong in part because they tested here last week. Let's see if the 95 is able to get out ahead of the 13 and the others on this busy pit lane. We've got TCRs also pitting at the same time under green. So much yellow at the early portion of this race. Track fully dry is starting to grip up, and sunshine out. We look like we have a great chance of staying dry the rest of the way. The 95 is away. The 13 with a good stop, still waiting to get the rest of the fuel, and they'll be out shortly.
So Chris Miller will cycle through to the lead in the Unitronic Porsche. owes us its second stop, of course. Where is the RS1 car? There it is, just going through the first corner. I think that Turner have done it and jumped the Porsche. Yes, they have, with one extra lap. Now, the good news for Jan Halen is that he has got warm Michelin tyres. The BMW is still warming them up, but I don't think he's close enough as they go down into the braking area at turn 4. Masterful once again by Will Turner and the rest of the team. They have pulled that, the extra lap with a bit of clear track and a good in lap from that number 95 team. I mean, that's a team effort there, Ryan, a total team effort. They're being closed in on now as the tyres come up to 10, but that's what they had to do, and they've turned it around. There's another possible nomination for the Michelin moment of the race.
I just wrote it down as such so that I'd remember it later in the race, so I'm right there with you. This is a big moment, though, here for Jan Halen. His tires are up to temperature very quickly. The 95s will be too. If there's a chance to pounce, this is probably it. And he's got the bit between his teeth.
Right there, coming to traffic as well. This might be the opportunity. We know the Porsche does not have the outright straight line speed through the first corner and off at the keyhole. That's the Racing to End Alzheimer's car, once again with problems. Now, is that car far enough off the racing line that we can continue to race? They'll keep an eye on that. And that's Luke Rumberg again, isn't it? Behind the wheel of that car. The RVA Graphics Motorsport Audi. We're staying green at the moment, but I think, and I hate saying things like that, but has that BMW weathered the storm? They are not leading at the moment. Andy Lally is leading. He'll come into the pits, as will the McLaren. So the McLaren cycling back up into this one. They're back in the conversation again. And Moise Uretsky and Andy Lally come to the pit lane for the McLaren number 44, the Ibiza Farms and the BGB Porsche, as the Brian Herter Autosport TCR car is going to cycle through to the lead, I think. But ultimately, the battle for the lead, the actual battle for the lead, will end up being between the China BMW coming onto the finish straight now, and in their wheel tracks is that Porsche. And they're going to come in through turn one to an emerging Victor Gonzalez Racing TCR Hyundai as well. Now, is that, that's going to be fine. They'll be able to clear that one. Well, this is fascinating now. Absolutely fascinating. I'm not sure that round here that the GS cars can do a full hour, and they are both very close to having to do that. And it was the RS1 Porsche, let's not forget, Ryan Marine, that came in first, just over 2 hours to go.
Makes me wonder if McIvern might have been saving a little bit of fuel rather than really challenging Luca Mars there late in the run to get that extra lap. That could be crucial. I feel like they're in a window where they can make it on one more stop with some fuel save, but there are others that have gone longer that are in a better spot where they can push to the end. So Lally, who went over an hour and 20 minutes on that stint for BGB, now it's Spencer Pumpelly driving that car. Same thing now, Michael Cooper getting in that McLaren. And then the outlier strategically is Patrick Gallagher, who will cycle through to the lead of GS here. But remember, they pitted right after that last yellow was lifted, and as a consequence, they're on a different sequence.
Meteor pit lane report. Kevin Lee has more.
Second in the championship, second starting this race, but Mason moved up to the front, and I think you've cycled back to the front now. How's the Hyundai?
Oh, our Hyundai Elantra and TCR car is actually very good out there right now. Megan, our engineer, she put a great setup on for the green track that we expected after a lot of rain. So with the strategy we're calling with Harry to finish it off, I think we're looking for a good result. Brian Hurt Autosport is awesome. So just have to stay focused, stay clean out there. It's definitely hectic with all the multi-class racing, which makes it a lot of fun. So
what's that dynamic like when your stiffest competition is usually in your tent and in your garage?
It's great. I mean, you can learn a lot from them, right? So if you have your stiffest competition in there, you get to look at data, you get to learn, you get to go out on track and have a really good battle.
All right, nice job. Mason Filippi is trying to bring this one home. Harry Gottsacker gets the honors, and they should be able to do it on just one more stop.
Now, we've got an interesting conundrum at the front of the field, and both Ryan Marine and myself have got pen and paper out now. If I have to take shoes and socks off, we're in real trouble. But we've got a car leading in the shape of the Patrick Gallagher driven BMW, which is off strategy, and is off strategy by some margin. Patrick's only been out for 27 laps. Now, they're all green flag laps that he has been out on the track at the moment, but that does mean that he's quite a way from having to come in. I reckon another 5 or 6 laps at the very least. It was Vin Barletta who gave the car over to him Now, Vin only did 5 green flag laps in his last 23 lap stint, but that was just the way it fell. So those 17 laps that we were talking about that other people had in one stint, then they decided to come in. They put themselves off strategy, Ryan, and I honestly think here this is really interesting, that car's got another, probably maybe not as many as 5, but certainly 2 or 3 laps to go. So in terms of fuel, they are going to be better off as we go into the final stint. They can turn that into full rich running, or they can turn that into a quicker last stop. And once again, Will Turner and the team have pulled a blinder. They're first and second at the moment.
Right, so what the 96 was doing, you mentioned Barletta only having the 5 green flag laps, but because he ran so many under yellow, they knocked out his minimum drive time basically in that stint, which had all those yellows packed into it. Matt Dalton had done his drive time earlier, so those two were done. It was coming out of a restart when that drive time clicked over for Barletta, which opened up the chance to pit them and put Gallagher in, get them off sequence, and then get their fastest driver in the car for this run to the finish. So there's a few different ways this can break for them. They were running towards the back of the lead lapping class anyway, so it kind of made sense to roll the dice a little bit. And look, now we just got to see where the dice fall.
And fair play to Kevin Lee. He spotted that Patrick could go at the end and drive time. The question was, and we were all kind of thinking the same thing, will it be 2 more stops or potentially 3 more stops? Well, I think it is only 2 more stops for that car, but it's how quickly they can turn that car around. Meanwhile, Winward in the pit lane. They didn't have the look earlier on. Bryce Ward did a great job until he didn't. Saw him just missing his brake point going into the keyhole, and in trying to avoid Frank Depew. It wasn't Frank's fault here, that's not what I'm saying. But quite clearly, Bryce didn't want to just nail the back of the Aston Martin. So he put the car in the grass, and at that point, it was pretty much a passenger. They've been fighting back from there. Daniel Morad just taking a pit stop for 4 new Michelin tyres and VP Racing fuel. Their half-century anniversary yet. Such a long way from drag racing routes to well over 120 different specific fuels for 2- and 4-wheel motorsport all around the world. So I'm still none the wiser at the moment, if I'm honest, Ryan. We've got all the technology that we can have. I've resorted to a piece of paper, as I mentioned. And at the front of the field, Turner are first and second. Pat Gallagher coming to the end of this stint, so we'll have to stop twice more. He can't go from here on 1 more stop. But again, he could do 2 shorter stints and see how that balance out. He's going to just about stay on the lead lap and maybe that's what they're looking for. Maybe that's what they're looking for. A slightly short fill to get them to their last pit stop at roughly the same time as everybody else. Does that help them? I'm not sure. Or do they do a full fill and then just stay out there after everyone's made their last pit stops and see if they can work some kind of magic? I always think that the way IMSA works the pit lane rules, you want to be the first person to do your last pit stop, not the last person. But hey, I'm not going to gainsay Turner Motorsport.
No, their track record speaks for itself. So they've gone 45 minutes on this stint here, so he should be able to go a handful more laps at this point. I think maybe what you're thinking here is you fill it up full this time, and you hope that a yellow comes out as everyone is in the pit window for the final stop, and then you have less fuel you need to put in relative to everyone else around you. Everyone else, that final stop, they're going to be packing it full of fuel because they pitted right on the fringe of that window this last time. And then what that would allow Turner to do is have a quicker final stop than everyone else, and maybe they can jump up a few more spots in terms of track position. That's how I'm reading it at the moment, but that's not to say that I'm reading it correctly. kind of feel like I'm trying to read Braille here, which I'm not super adept at.
Yeah. I like your thinking, though, because sometimes you have got to think differently. Jan Heerlen now 3 seconds behind Turner Motorsport. Now, what happened a moment or two ago? Oh, that's the BGB Porsche going slowly. I have to say, I missed that a moment or two ago. And that's the number 38, the grey and green car. But a Control-Alt-Delete or some kind of 3-fingered salute has got that car going again, and it's going quite nicely. That's an odd one. A very odd one there for Spencer Pumpelly.
Hey, John, one other thought on the Gallagher car. They're not in fuel-safe mode at all, so he is going full rich, absolutely head down. Yep. Patrick Gallagher, just let him do his thing. The other cars in the class are in some form of fuel safe. They're on either side of that window, right? But even those that are on the good side probably do need to save a little bit. And I'm looking at lap times here. It's either, it could just be track position, not having traffic to deal with, but it also could be the opposition saving fuel. And Gallagher has consistently been quicker than the rest of the GS field at this point. So the other thing that they can do here is use their fuel advantage to go fast and try and claw that gap in. And this might not be a strategy that wins them the race, but again, if you consider they were 10th, 11th, 12th for most of this race, this could be the strategy that moves them into the top 5 or something like that when it's all said and done.
What's a full pit stop? Something around about a minute 20, a minute 24, depending on how much fuel has to go in. So that would, I mean, that's pretty much a lap. And in fact, Pat Gallagher's just put that car's fastest lap of the race in. So there's your answer. Meantime, the RS1 machine has gone by is fighting with Jeff Westphal. This is the battle for third as it stands at the moment. That is net second when Patrick Gallagher, as he must do, pulls in to the pit lane. However, if Patrick Gallagher really gets a wiggle on here and can pull, he's just pulled a second on the field last time around, at least, and now he's got nearly 11 seconds. So now he's 1:24, keeps him on the end of the lead lap as he comes into the pits. And that's with a green flag pit stop. If they short fuel him at that point, that gives him even a little more of a buffer. I reckon they go for a timed pit stop in this one now. I think it's, although it doesn't help them, that doesn't help them that much. It just keeps them on the lead lap, I suppose. But, you know, what do you do? They've got options, though, haven't they? They've gone longer into the fuel. Let's check in with Kevin and see what he knows about the BGB number 38 that was slow recently.
Diagnose it, it's happening again, and I think they've now decided they're going to have to park it. They don't want to be in the way at this point. They have no chance to score any points. Their lap's down, so I think either Spencer Pumpelly is going to take it back to the garage, or he may just climb out here.
Okay. That seems sensible. There's a question of safety there. BGB, Spencer Pumpelly, not their first run around the block. And there's that respect for fellow competitors that we like to see in the IMSA paddock and that we get so often. Hey, what's happened to the weather? This morning it was absolutely torrential rain, and you'd have been better off with a boogie board being towed behind an SUV than most of the race cars. But actually the single-seater guys probably felt it was rather like that. And now we've got bright sunshine, air temperature up at 72 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 22 Celsius. Track temperature up to 102 Fahrenheit, that's 39 Celsius. As this battle continues through traffic now towards the end of the lap, RS1, Jan Heerlen and Jeff Westphal battling for third and fourth at the moment. But it will be, I'm sure it will be better than that when we come to the end of the race in an hour and 40 minutes time. 100 minutes to go. Live coverage of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge for the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours of Mid-Ohio in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It's Ryan Marine and me, John Hindhaugh, and Kevin Lee is our BDO pits, providing us with the reports from down there on that long and actually not flat pit lane either. Now, is this the opportunity for Jeff Westphal? We've seen this before when it was Luca Mars in the Porsche. It's the same cars, different drivers, and the end result at turn 4, Ryan Marine, exactly the same. Porsche stays ahead.
That's what you expect from Jan Halen. He's a tough guy to get by, but this shows the pace that's in this carbon BMW, because McAllister had the spin at the end of his stint. It dropped him off the back of this Porsche, which was leading at the time, and dropped him back to 5th, I think, well behind, and they've subsequently been able to run them down. And again, I think that just illustrates how strong the Carbon team has been, and what a great setup they've had on that car all weekend.
Just to square the circle on the BGB car, Kevin was spot on. That car has gone back behind the wall. So still traffic. Jan Halen must be cursing his luck at the moment as he comes through turn 1 again. Now he's got a little bit of an opportunity to let the Porsche run all the way out. He took the perfect racing line through turn 1, drifts back across to the middle of the road, defending at the keyhole. Man, that Porsche's good off the corners. He's taken half a length to a length out of that BMW, out of every corner. And then the BMW, as we get to the faster parts of the circuit, it closes in, it closes in, it closes in. But it's not close enough, not even to make a challenge this time down at turn 4. I suppose the Porsche's not making a huge hole in the air either for the drafting effect. There will be some assistance for that green and grey car, but surely, Ryan Marine, it's got to be traffic. And that's why Jeff Westphal has got to stay this close, because any little slip by Halen, he's got to take advantage of it when it comes.
For sure, there's not been an easy path by this Porsche all race long, and we'll hear from Luca Mars now.
Pretty spent. I know the Porsche can get hot. You've got air conditioning, but explain why you don't want to use it.
Yeah, so the air conditioning in the Porsche, it takes about 10, 15 horsepower off the car, so it's just better to run without it and just suffer with the heat.
What was your drive like? You started 8th, and you got out from the lead.
Yeah, a little hectic start. Was able to get in the 6th, kind of just hang there with the leaders. You know, from qualifying and practice, we didn't think we were going to be the best car, but we were able to hang in there. We jumped them in the pit cycle, was able to come out 2nd on the first restart, jumped in the 1st, and just kind of stuck there from the rest of the way all the way till we pitted. The BMWs are fast. I had to fight them off almost the whole entire time, but I've rarely seen Jan get past, so I'm sure he'll hold them off too, and just gonna sit back and watch the last hour and a half and hope we can pull through.
All right, thank you. Luca Mars, hometown race for him.
Here is the opportunity for the pass, surely this time, as they come up again with TCR traffic. And Jan Halen has his mirrors full of that BMW, and I mean full, both sides and the rear view. Both of the door mirrors. And my goodness me, that TCR car ahead of them is slowing them down. He's not slowing them down that much. It's the Honda that's ahead of them. Patrick Gallagher has been in and out of the pits from the lead. So this is now the battle for 2nd position, as we predicted it would be. And Francis Seltorf then for Turner leads by 7.5 seconds over this battle. And it's a rear guard action, it's a defensive action again from Jan Halen. Up to the top of the hill at the keyhole. Jeff Westphal still there in 3rd. Paul Holton for Aston Martin and Team TGM. Sam Paley, the big Mustang, 20 seconds further back, or 20 seconds back rather, from the lead. Then Stephen McAleer will finish the race for the BMW of Auto Technic Racing, the lighter coloured car, 27. Billy Johnson, the big hitters, been put in. The closers are in these cars now. The number 59 core Ford Mustang. Gregory Leofouge in 8th for the number 19 Stephen Cameron Racing Ford Mustang. And then the first of the TCR cars in 9th position, Harry Gottsacker, with a little bit of breathing space over the rest of the field. But the action has been between these two for quite some time. Even the previous two drivers, the Porsche of RS1, number 28 car, and then Jeff Westphal with the carbon with Peregrine BMW. Nip and tuck. And these drivers have picked up, Ryan Marine, exactly where their teammates left off. And once again, Jeff Westphal has got a plan and scheme and try and find somewhere past what I'm sure he's thinking is the pesky Porsche in front of him.
You're right. I mean, this is almost carbon copy of what the stint before this looked like, with two different drivers aboard these two cars, Luca Mars and Sean McAllister in the Porsche and BMW respectively. And I think you're onto something. Maybe traffic is what ultimately Westphal's going to need. And he had a couple laps there where these two were slowly but surely working their way past Tim Lewis, who's no slouch, right? I mean, that's the 4th place driver in TCR, but still couldn't find a way to get by, and neither the TCR car nor the car in front for position. That's just how difficult it is.
TCR pit stops coming around. No, that's not going to go to the end from there.
No, this is
This
not scheduled.
may not be a standard stop. No, not a standard stop. Bonnet comes up on VGRT, Victor Gonzalez Racing Team. It's Eric Powell who brought the number 99 Elantra in, and they've gone a lap down on their class leaders. Where's your money now then? I know you're not allowed to bet the house. Neither am I, but I've got to say, Turner Motorsport looking good at the moment. And I can't tell you who's going to fill up the podium from there.
I think you're right, though, that on the conventional strategy, at least, Seldorf seems to have the pace in hand. That lead just continues to grow over the 28 and the 39. Seldorf here in the 95, now leading by over 7.5 seconds, and no sign of slowing down. Should note, though, that the sister car, since making that pit stop, they dropped down, but only to 10th. And again, they can push full board to the end here. I think what they're looking for is a yellow that's right in the window for everyone. So right around the hour mark, where everyone has to pit at the same time. They would need less fuel than everyone else, and that should allow them a shorter pit stop and maybe a chance to jump a couple of spots in the pit lane. But it has netted them a few positions on aggregate, because again, they were down around 12th when they decided to roll the dice like this, and they are up 2 spots already with the opportunity to get some more.
And they are only 58 seconds away from the lead. So that's what's happened. Although their position on track has improved slightly, they are closer to the leaders in terms of time. And that's a big gap. I'm not saying they can win it from here, but I tell you what, when you consider that if they can find 5 or 6 seconds, 8 or 9 seconds, 10 seconds in a shorter pit stop as they get to the end, that will vault them up that top 10 standings, and they could be knocking on the door of a podium finish with that shorter pit stop that we know they've got to come, and the pace of that car, because clearly this doesn't happen without pace in the car, but they have got pace in the car.
Yeah, that's been on display all race long, but especially since Patrick Gallagher has gotten into it. I think a yellow actually anytime before the pit stops would help them, because it would erase that deficit, and then that gives them a chance for that short pit stop to be even more meaningful. It's extra meaningful if it happens under yellow, but any yellow between now and the pit window is still something that would help them gain some positions.
You're listening to IMSA Radio, IMSA TV, watching around the world in the US. What a great race. 90 minutes to go in the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 Hours of Mid-Ohio. So sort of try and take a deep breath. Just watching the relative lap times. And again, in clear air, it still seems to me as though there is a bit of fuel saving going on. Ryan Marine spotted that earlier. Great battle going on between Paul Holton, Sam Paley, Stephen McAleer. And they're all battling it out. Billy Johnson's not that far behind them either. But those three are having a great scrap. They are 14 seconds away from the Jan Halen, Jeff Westphal battle, which is that red, white, and black Porsche. And still the same attack, the same harry from the Porsche. Get out of the keyhole in decent shape, pull a length and a half, maybe 2 car lengths on the BMW, and then sit across to the middle or the right of the road, force the BMW around the long way, and use the slightly superior braking of the Porsche. And there's not really been, Ryan, it has to be said, we've been watching this for a long time, there's not really been a concerted look for the pass on that Porsche since we saw the 3 cars together. And in fact, as you said, it cost that number 39 Carbon car a position and ultimately the spin. We've not seen a side-by-side moment, have we?
No, we haven't. And again, I think that goes to the credit of first Luca Mars and now Jan Halen, just not giving the pursuing BMW any daylight to even try and make that peak inside or outside around this place. And they've just positioned that car so beautifully that it might come down to traffic or it might come down to these pit crews in that final pit stop. These 2 cars pitted on the same lap, I believe, during that last pit stop sequence. Yeah, I think that's right. And so that means that any little bit that one can save on fuel here to make for a slightly shorter stop, or that execution in the pit lane, becomes that much more important.
Yeah, they both pitted a lap before the leader.
Right.
How important now, when you see how the RS1 guys are able to defend in all situations, just keep an eye on what's going on as they've had to go through some traffic. In fact, that we're just taking a quick squiz at the battle behind Paul Holton, currently in 4th position. That's going through traffic at the moment, and TCR cars in there as well, with Robin Liddell coming through there as well in the Aston Martin Vantage. He's a lap back from those cars, but he's got the pace, desperately trying to get forward in the green Aston Martin. Yeah, how important now was that pit stop from the 95 Turner BMW when they got out ahead, just ahead of Jan Halen. 1 lap was the difference. Halen on hot Michelin tyres. Honestly, another second for Jan on his out lap. A slower pit stop by Turner by a second, and Jan might have had a shot at getting by if he had stayed ahead in that. We know now how hard that car is to pass. That was a huge turning point of the race when the Turner guys got that BMW out ahead of Jan Halen.
Dare I say, Michelin moment of the race. Yeah, you're right. That's an early nominee for sure. As a battle heating up here, Paul Holton has his hands full. Sam Paley, what a nice move there into turn 4.
Got through. Beautiful. Been watching that one develop, and Robin Liddell is right in there as well. Liddell having gone past Stephen McAleer. Those two know each other very well in the Auto Technica Racing. Again, not a pass for position. Just hearing as well that the Pegram Racing car has come back from behind the wall, and Kevin Lee has some news on the Victor Gonzalez Racing number 99.
It's back out, but they are 2 laps down. The problem was the power steering was not working. They came in hoping that recycling the car might bring it back. It did not. So Victor just said, we're just going to try to score some points. Eric and Tyler are going to have to try to muscle through it, but it is going to be a difficult finish for them without power steering.
Are you kidding me? A front-wheel drive touring car without the power steering. So you've got a rack that is very, very short, by which I mean there's not very many turns from full right to full left. That's meant to be powered to give you the opportunity to have that short rack. Plus you've got what's called torque steer. Every time you put your foot on the throttle, the front wheels are going to try and go straight, and it'll try and drag the steering wheel out of your hands. And then you've got to hope that the camber is going to pull it back straight when you want it straight, so it helps you as well. My goodness me, they are going to come back in with arms like Popeye after he's been eating spinach. That's one for the older ones amongst you there in the cartoon world. We're talking about cartoon anvils earlier on. Robin Liddell has almost picked his way through the GS battle for 4th position now. He's on the tail of the similar car of Paul Holton, another Aston Martin Vantage. He's a minute away from the leaders, so he's not going to get his lap back conventionally. He's going to need some assistance from a safety car. But Sam Paley has cleared off in that McCumbee-McAleer Mustang to the tune of about a couple of seconds, Ryan. He was just fighting his way through that same battle.
Right, that car was a factor early in the race, and he and Jensen Alsman have been trading off behind the wheel. Not exactly sure. I think it was a pit stop maybe that shuffled them back kind of early on, and they've been working to recover ever since. But there's definitely pace in that Mustang. Nice move a moment ago on Holton to get him up that extra spot, and just off the podium right now as they run.
So we are coming round into the last hour and 20 minutes. Still at the head of the field. We've not seen the number 95 Turner Motorsport BMW for a little while. The gap is still 7 seconds, 7.5. Jan Heylen doing his best to hold on to the leader and matching 10th for 10th at the moment. But actually, when you consider that, I've just realised as I say that, Ryan, Jan Heylen, despite all that defence, isn't losing ground to the leader. That's actually quite extraordinary.
That's remarkable. He's done a fantastic job of keeping Westphal behind, but also keeping the pace up. Early in the stint, Seldorf seemed to have a pace advantage and was able to build that gap, but it has been stagnant now at between 7.2 and now 7.6 seconds. That's about the window that it's been in since I've been tracking it. So not much pace difference, even playing defense there from Jan Heylen compared to Francis Seldorf out in front.
So still this battle continues for the minors. 5th on down now. Sam Paley having cleared off. Stephen McAleer is the BMW behind the two Astons. The green Aston is not in that fight as they head down the hill. Now Paul Holton will be very happy to keep Robin Liddell behind him because he's giving him some cover on Stephen McAleer and the BMW. Robin Liddell wants to try and get closer to the front of the field. He might just do it here down at the bottom of the hill at turn 6. No, can't make that one work. In glorious sunshine now. Who would have thought that we would get this today? It's 72 in the air, that's 22 Celsius, 36 Celsius on the track. So it's come back down a wee bit from what it was earlier, down under 3 figures now, 97 Fahrenheit. Robin Liddell will be loving and hating this in equal measure because he's a racer, so he'll be loving the racing, but he knows he's got a fast car underneath him. And I just wonder when he's got to stop again. He's not necessarily on the same, that Rebel Rock racing car, not necessarily on the same laps as everybody else. I think he is relatively short on his stint in terms of how long he's been out there. He's been out there
correct
a huge amount of time.
Yeah, 23 minutes
so
for
a little
Robin.
bit better. Yeah, doing a bit better on tyre life. But them three across the track now, that little battle. And there was Stephen McAleer's opportunity to go through And Robert Liddell might have just helped McAleer and the BMW out there, as Paul Holton started right at the sharp end of the field in that car, or at least his teammate did. Now Robert Liddell, can he disappear and try and make some time? It may be a forlorn hope, but don't tell Robert Liddell that. We've all seen him in IMSA competition down through the years pull off some extraordinary feats of fuel saving when he's had to, of exceptionally quick driving when he's had to, being the rain master when he's had to. Who can forget that at Road America, when on effectively a one-lap dash he managed to nip away at the traffic and snatch it on the run up the hill. And still, the BMW and the Porsche are fighting for second position. Still only 7 seconds behind the leader. The leader that time a wee bit quicker, just over 6-7 tenths of a second. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, as we like to say. I cannot praise too highly the driving of Luca Mars and Jan Helen. And you might say, oh, come on, Hindhaugh, what have they done? They are clearly not in as quick in a straight line car, but they have maximised their car's advantages to the point of infinity. It's absolutely extraordinary. And the other thing I'll say now as well, we've not seen a warning for blocking. We've not seen any kind of black and white flag or anything like that. And we've been watching it. It's been very, very clean indeed. Team TGM in 6th position. And that's the best of their 2 cars. Paul Holton back behind the wheel of that car at the moment. The T and the G is Ted Giovannis. Let's catch up with him with his BDO pit reporting, Kevin.
I think we always like to hear from people who are really successful in life and now have a bit of a platform, because Ted Giovannis is a race car driver. So tell me what you use your platform for, especially here on the race cars.
Yeah, well, I created a foundation right at the end of 2012, and that foundation invests in research in a different direction than traditional research. And so the driving research mantra that we're running now is we're driving research in a new direction, which is essentially the merger of both pieces of my life so far. So we're undertaking research in a different way by focusing on basic biology, focusing on how things work. Traditionally, research evolves and they figure out something and then they decide to pursue that. So we're going back to basics, trying to figure out how cells talk to each other and how to make things happen better in a better way. And it's very similar to race car engineering. So you got to get back to basics, figure out how things work, and then you can adjust the setup in a better way.
I love that. Ted's actually written a couple of different books about different things that are really interesting. All right, 46 car. Let's get back to the racetrack. What kind of chances do they have to be on the podium today?
We think we have a good chance. The last time I saw, they were in 5th, but we're coming up. I think we're going to come up on a driver change soon. I think it's more of a fuel and strategy game for us. So they're going to make the timing of the switch so that they can program in their runs to the finish without minimal pit stops.
Thank you, Ted.
Yeah, that might work. Just a quick note, we had a penalty a couple of 3 minutes ago for wheel rotation when elevated. You can't spin the wheels while the car is up on its jacks. It's very dangerous, of course, if you've got a crew member working on that. So Bruno Colombo in the number 10 Rockwell Autosport development car will have to come back through the pits. It's not been the best day for that car. If numbers of pit stops would get them points, they would be well in the lead. They've been through the pit lane 8 times already. That's not the sort of day that you want. Robert Liddell still trying to get something out of this, and he's being pursued by Stephen McAleer at the moment. Not a battle for position. I will keep saying that. They've just gone through turn 1, Ryan. But as I said, don't tell Robin Liddell that all is lost. He's got a fast motor car, and if he's got a fast motor car, he's going to stay out there and absolutely utilise every bit of that pace, just in case something comes his way.
Well, and their strategy is offset by about 10 minutes from the rest of the front runners. So that would open up a 10-minute window wherein once everybody else is pitted, they would stay out, cycle through, and get back on the lead lap. And then a yellow would save their day and give them a chance to get back into the fight. That's what they're hoping for right now. Really unfortunate that they dropped that lap. It happened under one of the early full course yellows, and they were doing some pit service, and ultimately they didn't quite get out of the pits in time. The field was coming by, and the red light at the end of pit lane was on, which trapped them in there and trapped them a lap down, and they've been trying to recover ever since.
We're going to have to think about our Michelin moments of the race. GS, we've got a few decent nominations going so far, particularly between the RS1 at Porsche and the 2 Turner BMWs, actually, and that wee battle continues for second position between the Carbine with Peregrine machine as well. So Porsche versus BMW, there's been some interesting moments of the race there. What about in TCR? Because we saw early on the MMG car doing great work. Then we had five Hyundais at the top. Now LP Monto's got that car back up into third place, that Honda Civic. What's caught your eye in TCR in terms of the moment of the race? We've had some good overtakes.
We have. This is an unconventional nomination, I grant you, but if you recall, the 93, the pole-sitting car, LP Montour, they were out in front, and they had a puncture, I think it was, right? That caused them to come into the pits off sequence, and right after they came to the pits, a yellow came out, which totally saved their race. They were able to stay on the lead lap, and they were down the order, but they have slowly been racing their way back to the front and now sit third. So the timing of that yellow almost is what opened them up to be able to recover the way they had. And barring, I mean, frankly, we haven't seen much of the TCR battle. And so without a more obvious nomination, at least to my mind, that's kind of where my head is at.
But, you know, what you've got to say with that, and I think this is a good point, don't panic. You know,
right.
Something like that happens earlier on. That could have turned into something much worse, but they got the car back without any further damage, sent the car and rode their luck. And in some ways, that, you know, that is as much a part of endurance racing as is outright speed. Now, are we going to see at turn 4 this time something different from the second and third place battle? No. I promise you, as much as we love the tape apes, they are not just looping that up at Concords, North Carolina. That is the same every lap. It's absolutely incredible. It is literally like an action replay as they come down there. By the way, in TCR, we mentioned the top 3, 2 Brian Herner Autosport cars, 98 and 76. Then that number 93 Honda, 4th position now. And this is another fight back for the Honda, the number 5, the dark car, Tim Lewis back behind that wheel. Will Talley did more than he was expecting to at the early part of the race because of how the yellows fell. So they've worked their way back up into 4th. 5th, Maddie Oust at the moment for the number 9 Brian Herter Autosport machine. Now they had problems earlier on as well. So there's been a couple of comeback stories there. Top 6 in TCR completed by John Miller's Victor Gonzalez Racing number 10. Grant Weston back with us, Westman, sorry, as the leader in elegant isolation heads down the hill to turn 4. 7 seconds now ahead of that battle for second. He said, I need some arithmetic help. With the number 96 car needing a shorter fill for Turner Motorsport on their last stop, will they have time to do tyres either 2 or the full 4. I reckon they'll have time for 2. I think they'll have time for 2. I don't think they'll take 4, Ryan. If they want to take advantage, if we go green all the way till then, and Westfall's got around Halen. Just noticed that he's behind another red and white Porsche. You get past that one a little bit easier. So that is a change for second position, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. That happened finally down into turn 4. It all got set up that time at the keyhole. He took a look around the outside that forced Halen defensive into the keyhole in a way that we hadn't seen in the battle up to that point, and that maybe compromised Jan's exit slightly from the keyhole. It gave Westphal the run down the back straightaway, and he ultimately was able to finally get that move done. But that was about a stint and a half in the making, over 2 drivers in each of the different cars, and finally it's resolved itself.
And look at the gap that has already begun to develop, and that's what we were talking about before. Now, Jeff Westphal, though, released 7 seconds it's already down to 6.8. BMW versus BMW. Francis Seldorf has not had to work his turn of BMW M4 GT4 Evo anywhere near as hard as Jeff Westphal has with his car bomb with Peregrine BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Mouth-watering. Let's pick up some... well, actually, let's just see what happened to make that pass happen down at turn 4. We've seen it many times before. The Porsche going to the... Porsche didn't cover the inside. And there you go. First time that the right-hand side of the track wasn't covered, Ryan. The door was open, and immediately Jeff Westphal said, "Thank you very much, I'll step straight through there and take your second place."
And look how much of a gap he's already built in just 1 lap of being clear of Jan Halen. Almost a second now already between those 2. And crucially, Westphal was half a second faster than the leader, Seldorf, who is more marginal on fuel than Westphal is. They pitted 1 lap apart. So there's also the chance that 95 might have to nurse it on fuel a little bit more. This is how it all started, though, into the keyhole, John.
You said it was set up from there. I was looking at the timing screen. So it was the old over and under. The Porsche normally pulling out about a length and a half coming out of the keyhole. Did not get to do that time. That's the first time that we've not seen the RS1 Porsche be able to pull a gap coming out of the keyhole. Didn't have to be a lot to just make it difficult. And in point of fact, it seemed to be that Jan Halen at that point pretty much knew his time had come and didn't defend to the inside. He still had the opportunity to pull across, but did not. And Westphal took the opportunity. He's gone through into second place. And the gap then, let's see if Francis Seldorf at the front of the field responds. 28.1 this time, 27.9 last time by Westphal. It's down to just on 6 seconds. So in, what, a couple or 3 laps, that's almost a full second. Not a huge amount last time, but with still over an hour and 6 minutes to go, that is now not the unassailable lead that I was sort of handing the way of Will Turner and Turner Motorsport.
Correct, and I had it flipped, by the way. Seldorf went longer than Westphal.
Okay.
So actually, it's Westphal that is more marginal on fuel, but only 1 lap separating the 2 of them, and it wouldn't appear that there's too much concern. They've already gone 50 minutes in the case of Seldorf, 51, nearly 52 minutes in the case of Westphal on this stint. And so they need to stretch it out a couple more laps each to kind of split the difference down the middle. I mean, they're right there.
Yeah.
This is really tight stuff, but we knew that, right? When the timing of the last pit stop came, without some yellow, it was going to be right on the fringe.
Meantime, in TCR, we have got a battle at the front of the field because Denny Dupont has caught Harry Gottsacker. There's half a second between the two BHA with Curb Agajanian Hyundai Elantras. Mentioned this earlier on, but a phalanx of BHA drivers heading to the Nürburgring in a couple of weekends' time, including welcoming Robert Wiggins back into the squad. Robert was due to do the Nürburgring 24 hours last year, but crashed the car in one of the qualifying races. You, regardless of what level of driver you are around the world, in fact, even if you were a Formula One driver, and there has been a Formula One driver of some repute doing a bit of testing at the Nürburgring recently, you can't just step into racing, and certainly not the ADAC 24 hours at the Nürburgring. You have to go through a classroom course and some driving on the Nürburgring, some lead and follow, and you've got to complete a certain amount of laps in a lesser powerful car than a GT3 if you want to go and do GT3 racing. And you've got to do a certain amount of laps in the car that you want to race as well. And Robert fell a little bit short, had a nasty accident coming to the end of the Nordschleife, just where you rejoin the Grand Prix circuit. And last year, therefore, with a couple of very bad luck, because there was a couple of races that were affected by bad weather before the Nürburgring 24, and he didn't get to qualify. So this year he made sure he did. He did both of the 4-hour qualifying races a couple of weekends ago. He's got what's called the ADAC A permit, so he will be back there with his chums from Brian Herder Autosport and a Hyundai Elantra, and they will be one of the favourites in the TCR category. It's not a huge class, but there's some pretty stout competition in there. A few Audis, another couple of Hyundais as well. And we wish them the best. If you want to follow along with that, we will have coverage for you over on our sister service. We're working everybody very hard in the month of June. The month of May is all about IndyCar. The month of June 2025 is all about endurance, with more endurance races than you can shake a stick at. So this is the pit stop now for the leading car in TCR. So the week after Le Mans, starting from Thursday, will be at the Nürburgring in sound and vision. Kevin Lee is waiting for the TCR leader.
Easily in the window to be able to make it home. And I say easily, actually there's maybe just a teeny bit of fuel save, but not too much. I hear about an hour, but really I think most, if they want to, can go an hour 5 or so, and we are inside in hour 3. Harry Gottsacker got in at the midpoint of the race from Mason Filippi. From the lead, they cycled back up. Took just a little moment to get the left front on, but no issue. They are going to need to fill this full of fuel to make it this hour plus on the final stint. They're near pit out. This is an easy in and easy out. Car is off the jacks. Michelin tire change is done. Now just waiting for the fuel, and then they're the first to go. They wouldn't mind seeing a caution at some point to take all the pressure off. The others want to get in before it goes yellow.
That's a perfect pit stop, just the two. Right, look at that as well. Thank you, Kevin. In for the last pit stop for the Sam Bailey and Jensen Altsman. That's the Mustang. Kevin's moving down there, as is Mauro, our cameraman. That's who he was talking about. Just 2 ties for the Hyundai, by the way.
They're racing in the Ford Mustang Challenge, the Dark Horse Series at Le Mans coming up this weekend. Headed to France tomorrow, in line for a top 5 and maybe even a little bit better. Right in front of them, the 76, another one of the Brian Herder Autosport Hyundais is coming in. Preston Brown got them started in this race, and they have been strong throughout the entire season. And now it's up to Denny DuPont, who's already got a win. They are trying to be able to finish at home. And now we're going to really be able to watch the race off pit lane. The 13 is away, so let's see how they cycle up. Who had the better final pit stop in TCR between the Brian Herder cars? Is it going to be the 76 or the 98?
Where is that number 98 car on the track? Because this is the motor race right here. The number 76 car, Danny DuPont brought that car in. It's splattered with mud on the front end. This is another perfect pit stop. The fuel should be the determining factor. They could have put rear tyres on. They didn't need it. Just the front Michelins, the same as their teammate. Down, away, wheel spin. Much easier to get those front tyres up. And I think they might have done this coming out through the first corner. It's going to be very tight indeed. Who's got the momentum up the hill? It's side by side. And this was much closer than I thought it was going to be. But just by a nose, a Hyundai nose, the number 98 goes back ahead for the effective lead of the race. Harry Gottsacker then back into the lead of the race for BHA. That was tighter than I expected, Ryan.
Well, I was looking at their comparative pit stops and the most recent pit stops for these two cars. Gottsacker needed more fuel than DuPont did. It was about an 8-minute separation in terms of the stint length on that previous stop.
Wow.
So I thought maybe a shorter fill would be enough, given how close they were together coming into that pit sequence. But yeah, not quite enough. Great outlap as well for Gottsacker then to be able to consolidate that lead.
Victor Gonzalez Racing Team drive through. Again, that was the wheel rotation. Oh my goodness me. And Eric Powell will have to come down through the pit lane. Meantime, we've got the leading Honda into the pit lane. This is JP Montour from the lead of the class on the pit stop rotation for the MMG car. Again, it's the fuel that takes the time, and that's all right because everybody needs fuel. Not everybody wants to do all 4 tyres. Not everybody wants to necessarily change drivers. They just get out nicely there. They weren't held up by the car going in ahead of them. Big wheel spin. So now they are fueled to the end. Top 3 in TCR fueled to the end. Gottsacker will come through next time around and retake the lead. He'll be scored as the leader again as Montour rejoins. Meantime, Gregory Leofug has done his last pit stop, and it's going to be tight. I still think 58 minutes or so.
Well,
he's doing his last pit stop. I think 58 minutes is still tight for the GS cars. And here comes Seldorf into the pit lane. Kevin Lee is down there for what should be the last stop for the 95.
Might be coming. I think the 39 Carbon with Paragon Racing.
Yeah, they are.
BMW is coming, but first we definitely see the 95. Dylan McIvern started this race. Francis Seldorf is going to finish it. No driver change. The 39 is also in. Just about 2 pit stalls in front of them. Also, the 28 RS1 Porsche is going to come in. So most of the leaders in GS. So it's going to come down to which team executes the most. Jan Halen at the very front of pit lane told me yesterday, we're not sure that this Porsche this weekend in dry conditions is going to be good enough. So we are in the championship lead. We're going to be smart. We're going to maximize points, but they are now in position to win this race. Watching to see who releases the first. Yeah, the front left is a little bit stuck. They're having trouble in the 39 Carbon BMW. Lost about 3 or 4 seconds, but they're still waiting for the fuel. And they got problems. They've got to go back up. So this is a long stop for the 35. So the 95 is going to release. Now the 28 may be able to pick up a spot. The Turner BMW is back out on track. And now the 39 is still going to be able to beat out the 28, but lost some precious time.
So difficult to fill the Porsches because they go through the front and the fuel tank, and it's been a perennial problem with the GT4s of getting that fuel into the car. Halen down and away. We have the top 7 in the pit lane all at the same time following in. Actually, Gregory Leofug started that off, and then the next 7, 8 cars came in behind him. So they are fueled to what they hope will be the end. 56.5 minutes to go. It looks as though Seldorf has retained the lead on the pit stop cycle. Jeff Westphal coming out in second. He went in 5 seconds behind, and then there was another 7 seconds to Jan Halen. Stephen McAleer was another 10.5 back in the Auto Technica BMW. It has been BMW's day so far with just that Porsche as the interloper. Then the Ford Mustang. What a drive back, by the way, from the Ibiza Farm Motorsports McLaren Artura, the number 44, 6th position, and just on half a minute away from the lead. 7th will be Patrick Gallagher. Daniel Morad comes into the pits for Winward Racing, which will drop him back to the end of the lead lap. And oh, this could be the moment. It's Thomas Morel for AR Motorsports, who's off at the side of the road through the S's. If he can't move that, it's a yellow flag, and it's a double yellow. That's what we were waiting for in some respects. Oh my goodness, we are gonna have a 50-minute sprint. Now the fuel doesn't matter. Now the fuel save won't have to happen. And what we will see, Ryan Marine, is an all-out fight with everybody fueled and tyres, and all of those gaps that I've just mentioned have just disappeared.
Yeah, if you were on the lead lap, this just brings everybody who was on the lead lap in each of the classes into the fight here, going for the final hour. I think everyone would have been fine on fuel because Paul Holton's previous stint, he went an hour and 2 minutes, and it was all green. Wow. as far as I'm aware. So that was great fuel save by him to get them in the window. He pitted with an hour and 2 minutes then to go, so they knew that they were fine. They were the first ones to come in this sequence. But what this does, you're exactly right, this takes away fuel save for just about everybody. Maybe the Holton down to Matt Plum, they might need to save a tad, but pretty much anyone who pitted with under an hour to go, they're good to fight it out to the finish from this point on. In GS, the TCR cars are all fun.
Robin Liddell hadn't stopped. He's back on the lead lap.
There you go.
This is what we were.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. There was going to be a window with the way that they were able to go long earlier, or maybe I think they pitted under a yellow earlier, which got them slightly off sequence. And what they needed was a yellow while right after the pit stops, while all the leaders had pitted, to get them on the lead lap again. The yellow falls right in that window like they need it, and look out, it's about to be Robin Liddell time.
And you know, he's going to drop to the back of the GS field, but he'll have brand new tyres all around. He will not have to have any fuel save. Daniel Morad, by the way, just got in before the pits were closed as well. Well, that wasn't an accident for Thomas Merrill and the AR Motorsports Porsche. It just ground to a halt. Oh, and was there a little bit of black smoke coming from the front of that car there? Was that maybe a brake problem? Yeah, left front looked like. Oh, and well, he's getting towed. Well, a day and a weekend that had been going pretty well for them has ended, I'm afraid, on the end of a tow rope, and that with an hour to go, and they were still right on the edge of being in the mix there. The yellow that they've caused have brought so many people back into it. If it had gone and had been someone else, they would have been back into it too. The irony not lost, I'm sure, on AR. IMSA Radio and IMSA TV together. We'll get the pass around going now before we open the pits, but it will be only those who have not yet stopped who will come into the pit lane, and already been told of some infringements as Robert McGuinness for CSM and the Porsche entered a closed pits. I presume that was for just emergency service and a splash of fuel. There'll be a few people like that who will be maybe on fumes at the moment, and absolutely hoping that they do not have to take emergency service, because they'd have to come back in again. For Performance Global Broadcast Centre, Ryan Marine, John Hindhoff, Kevin Lee, our BDO pit lane reports coming from Kev this weekend. And a good turnout in what has been uncertain weather at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It's always been a favourite of the IMSA fans, and the clue's in the name of the circuit, isn't it? Let's be honest. If you're not going to come here to watch sports cars, are you really a sports car racing fan or a motorsport fan? And quite a lot of improvements down through the years in this circuit. IMSA committing again to this, and to this headline race at Mid-Ohio for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. This is the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours, the second and final 4-hour race of the season for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Let's do a quick rundown, because I've got a feeling, Ryan, that everybody at the sharp end of the field. Here comes Robin Liddell as pits were opened for the GS. That'll be a brand new set of Michelin Pilot tyres, a full tank of fuel, turn the car up to 11 and slap Robin around the head and say bad things about Scotland, because that's the way that he is going to drive at the end of this. You need to tell him that all 11 cars at the head thought Braveheart was a rubbish movie. And there he goes, straight out, spinning the back wheels. That is a man on a mission leaving the pit lane right now. And you've got to say it, they've ridden their luck. They were a bit unlucky earlier on, but they played the cards and they could only do what they did and hope it happened. And you've got to kind of give them credit for that.
Yeah, exactly. They did the right thing to get slightly off sequence, to give themselves a window in which this yellow could fall and they could take advantage of it. They got a little bit lucky, but that's what they were counting on. They planned for that, and they were trying to take advantage of some luck, which they did. Interesting to note that Matt Plum just pitted, so the TGM team must have thought they maybe had too much fuel saved to do. Remember, they were right on the very fringe of being able to go the distance. I don't know. I find that one a little bit strange, but anyway, Plum has come in and topped off. A similar story to the Robin Liddell story, except in TCR, is the John Miller car. I believe they also got a lap back with this yellow. They need to pit now with just over an hour still to go, or just over an hour on this stint. And anyway, I think that John Miller VGRT car could be back in the mix after dropping a lap earlier.
Up front in his stint, how is this BMW to bring it home?
The Turner Motorsports BMW is really, really great. It's taking a liking to Mid-Ohio. Our setup is fantastic. We have enough fuel to get to the end. So it's just going to be a battle out there like it has been for the last 3 hours. Francis is very quick, but obviously there's got to be a lot of pressure from Jeff behind. But we think we have a good shot at it.
Describe what this racing is like. You've got a lot of beasts. Francis has a lot of beasts right behind him that are going to be charging.
Absolutely. I mean, as you can see out there, it's kind of like high-speed chess, right? It's a very technical track. There's not a lot of places to pass, and sometimes it takes multiple laps to set up that pass. So you really have to make sure to keep the door closed and just keep your nose clean, especially in traffic. There's not a lot of speed differential between the TCRs and the GS. I'm not sure if that's going to be a factor with limited time left, but that is making racing a little bit difficult out there, but can be opportunistic as well.
Good luck.
Cheers.
That's an interesting one, by the way, for Matt Plum coming back in there, because Paul Holton had done 58 minutes, call it 59 minutes, 58 minutes and 59 seconds on his full green flag stint before Matt jumped in. That was 40 laps. I reckon we've only got 30 laps, 32 laps to go.
Right.
So there were 6 laps under the wheels of Matt Plum, now 7, but we're under yellow. Maybe it was just too tight, as you say. Maybe he couldn't run full rich, but that's a funny one. Unless they didn't get it full of fuel, that's the only other thing that it could be. I was going to do a quick rundown, so let's do that now very quickly. So it's Turner Motorsport that leads. We're all behind the safety car, so we won't do any gaps. That's pointless. The number 95 Turner BMW leads. It's Francis Seldorf behind the wheel. Jeff Westfall, who fought his way past Jan Helen into second. Jan Helen is in third, so that's BMW and Porsche in second and third. BMW in fourth for Stephen McAleer in the sort of off-white Autotechnic Racing BMW, the number 27. Jensen Altsman will finish off the race in the number 13 with company McAleer Racing Ford Mustang GT4 that he shares with Sam Paley, the two youngsters, back in that car after racing some GT3 in IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Billy Johnson for Ford. Now, Billy knows how to finish a race. Core Motorsport in 6th position. 7th, Patrick Gallagher for Turner Motorsport in their BMW. 8th, Michael Cooper in the Ibiza Farm McLaren, the multicoloured 44 car. 9th, Daniel Morad, Winward Racing. There are so many Chargers in these cars. He's in 9th. 10th, Matt Plum, just topped off as well. 11th, Gregory Leofuge for Stephen Cameron Racing Mustang, the 19 car. Mikey Taylor in the Porsche. Can he make his way forward in the Unitronic JDC Miller Motorsport machine? Robin Liddell, we know that Vantage is quick. and he is right there in 13th position. Am I saying he's going to win the race? No, but it's going to be entertaining and watching him get further to the front, because nobody's going to tell Robert he's not going to race. In his head, he'll make the last pass for the lead on the last corner, and he'll pick off the remaining 12 before that. And Morgan Burkhardt is the final GS car on the lead lap, CSM Porsche in 14th. In TCR, it's Harry Gottsacker for Brian Herder Autosport. That's Hyundai Elantra 1 and 2 with Denny DuPont second, 98 from 76. The Honda is back in it, Carl Whitmer, and we know that car is quick. Then it's John Miller for the Victor Gonzalez Hyundai, and Brian Herder Autosport in 5th too with Bryson Morris. Shall we go racing? 45 minutes on the nose. Let's go racing. Francis Zeldorf brings them round to a green flag. And here we go, for the points, for the money, for the glory, here at the O'Reilly Autosports 4 hours, or the past 4 hours of Mid-Ohio, through turn 1. Nobody making a move there, all on new Michelin Pilot racing tyres. So right now, it's about getting the pressures up. Oh, the McLaren makes a very sharp start and already pulling out the line, going 3 wide up to the top of the hill. That's a super move down the inside by Morad. He's just taken 2 cars there, and he's now right in behind another one of the BMWs. That was absolutely outstanding. I thought it was going to be the McLaren. Now, side by side, Billy Johnson and Jensen Altzman at different ends of their Ford Motor Racing career. Billy Johnson putting the move on the youngster down the inside into turn number 4. The blue car goes a wee bit wide. Here comes Morad picking his way through. This is outstanding stuff. He's gone by the Patrick Gallagher Turner Motorsport number 96 machine there as he came through past the dark BMW and goes through past the lights on the BMW, excuse me, the Liqui Moly car. So there are drivers out there who are making moves early on, trying to get the advantage whilst the cars are stacked together at the front of the field. Zeldorf has not got away. This is literally anybody's at the moment. Ryan Marine, what a last 43.5 minutes we've got.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. This is what we forecasted at the very start of the race. How about Daniel Morad here? This is a car that was wedged in a tire barrier a couple of hours ago. Now back on the lead lap with a chance for a top 5.
Going through, following through Jensen Altzman there as he goes through 1, 2, 3, 4 abreast at one stage. Altzman has managed to hold on to his position, but only just. Billy Johnson's gone through. Here comes Morad down the inside. There's a touch at the keyhole right at the apex. Morad's got the quick car. That AMG is a rocket ship right now. They're side by side. Now the Mustang gets its legs, starts to gallop round the outside. It will have to be a late break from Jensen Altzman, and in behind them as well, Patrick Gallagher in that white and red BMW. Also the Supra in there as well, but I think that's a lap off the lead. Yes, it is. That's David Hodge in the Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra GR, but he's just having a lot of fun out there. Then the Artura, can't miss that one. Behind the Artura, that must be the Aston Martin Vantage of Matt Plum with that odd pit stop. Robin Liddell, we haven't seen him come back through yet. He's still behind some of the TCR cars. He'll have to pick his way through that at the front of the field. Zeldorf leads. In TCR, it's Harry Gottsacker, Denny DuPont and Carl Whitmer separated by the second. And they're now having to battle GS cars coming past them. I literally don't know where to look because there's passing and people pulling out of line pretty much all the way through the field, Ryan.
Altzman just had a wild moment off track with 4 wheels on the run to the carousel. I think we're going to get a look at it here. David Hodge, that lapped car, has been very much in the mix, but had nothing to do with this. Altzman just went wide on his own, and look at that train of cars that was able to make its way past.
People don't think that kink is a proper corner. Try coming up to it at 120 or 130 miles an hour in traffic and picking your turn-in spot, because there's no braking there. That is absolutely flat, and you do not want to lose any momentum whatsoever. And it's actually a slight dip into that corner that can unsettle the car, and I think that's exactly what happened with Jensen Altzman there. I know that Jensen's mum and dad will be watching as well. Wish them well. Haven't seen them in person for a wee while. comes from a racing family and is an absolute racer at heart. The leads in TCR is right in that battle. Robin Liddell unable to get past that top three, and this is costing him. This is really costing him. I mean, remarkably, he's still not that far away from the leaders in class, but he just can't pick his way through those battling TCRs. He really needed to be ahead of them when the green flag flew. Now, contact, as you might imagine, when it's this tight and there's only 40 minutes to go. Aston Martin on the back of one of the Porsches, and that was the TGM car on... Now, who was that on? Was that on Mikey Taylor's car? Up towards the top of the hill. I think it was the number 16 Porsche, I'm being told. I'll take that. Improper pass-around procedure for the number 67. That's going to be costly. That will drop them way out of it. And that's the CSM Porsche. Just got back onto the end of the lead lap, and they'll be stopped for 2 minutes 57. That is a punitive penalty because they took the pass around when they were not allowed to have it. Also, that CSM car, the Robert McGuinness car, taking that penalty that we mentioned a moment or two ago. Half a second at the front of the field. Robin Liddell now beginning to pass. He's passed one of the TCRs. He can maybe pick them off one at a time. He is desperate to get further up, maybe into the top 10. That would be a great result, considering what happened earlier on. Meanwhile, Daniel Morad has worked his way up into 6th place, and that car has the purple of the fastest lap of the race alongside it. Ryan Marine. We've still got 40 minutes to go. This is not over by any stretch.
So much still to be determined here, and Robin Liddell, you can tell, just getting more and more impatient as the laps go on. He was able to get around the pole-sitting MMG car a little while ago, but not having so much luck with Denny DuPont, and you can understand why Denny wouldn't want to relinquish that spot. He's lost a ton of ground to the leader, Harry Gottsacker, who's now kind of sprinted ahead, about 1.5 seconds clear. This could be the moment here for Liddell, finally, to get around the Canadian domiciled Belgian.
Denny DuPont, though, still in second. That's not a pass for class position. Yes, it was a pass for overall 13th position. Check that, 14th position, my apologies. Just goes to show how good these TCRs are as a race package, Ryan. Designed and built as a racing car from the off, as the GS cars are, GT4 spec cars. Nothing in motorsport is cheap, but these TCRs offer a lot of bang for the buck. Let's head down to the pit lane and the rise and rise of the core motorsport, Ford Mustang and Billy Johnson, the number 59 in 5th position, Kev.
I do have a monitor right now. I can follow a little bit.
Go on, Kev. We'll get to Kev in just a moment as the Billy Johnson car, in fact, has just lost a position to Daniel Morad for the moment. Morad, the man on the move, is now up into 5th position. Morad ahead of Billy Johnson and Patrick Gallagher in the white Turner Liquid Moly car. Morad now up into 5th, 7 seconds away from the leader. He could win this. He could certainly get on the podium. He might win it. This would be incredible. Let's go to Kevin.
I think Billy Johnson still feels pretty good about where they're at right now, especially the way it started this weekend. Remember, he's about as good as it gets driving a Ford GT car, but he said, I really just haven't been able to get a handle on it. We've been struggling with the core Mustang this weekend, but it's been getting better and better. Bob McCallan did a great job again in qualifying. He's been qualifying up near the front all season long, strong in his stint, and Billy has got them with a chance at a top 5, 6. Also, Billy Johnson has had a really challenging last 7 or 8 months. He just underwent his 4th facial surgery. He's never really been hurt in a race car before, but almost was killed in a traffic accident, leaving Watkins Glen last November, basically destroyed his face. Somehow was back in a race car a couple of weeks later, and he joked that my jaw was moving all around. Well, his jaw is finally set. He has one more surgery to go to basically get his teeth set again, so he's feeling a lot better about life. And right now, even though he's still being challenged, feeling better about that Ford Mustang.
Just as I say, I lost the position to Daniel Morad, but there's no harm in that because Morad is flying at the moment. Now just 2.6 seconds away from Stephen McAleer. He is, let's call it 6 seconds away from a podium, and that podium position at the moment held by Jan Heylen and RS1 Porsche. It's 2 BMWs ahead of Jan. They're a second between the top three. So if Morad can get up to the top three in the next 35 minutes. This is not like there's only 5 laps to go, Ryan. There's time for Morad to get up there and put some pressure on these guys at the front. And the 2 BMWs, well, they might have the same badge on the car, but there's no team orders, no manufacturer's orders. There's a lot of pride between these 2 BMW teams.
Absolutely, 2 different teams. Of course, Turner Motorsport out in front, Carbon with Peregrine Racing running in second, and bragging rights for sure within the BMW camp between these 2 teams as to who is the top dog. Boy, we've seen this battle all race long, whether it was these 2 or you throw in the RS1 Porsche of Heylen and Mars. The 3 of them have been at the front near constantly, and any number of orders. It seems like they've been in every position conceivable amongst those 3 cars, and it's hard to tell who's got the edge here late in the going.
And those 2 battling is actually keeping Jan Heylen interested here. He's closed in just a little bit. He was dropped back to about a second away. He's nowhere near that now. And these 2 are going to have to be careful because we know that Porsche is very, very good on the brakes. These 2 messing around with each other. Look, they're fighting for the win of the race. I'm not complaining about this. I love the drama. I love the entertainment. But Jan Heylen is now almost right there, and just a little slip as we've got some debris on the circuit at the bottom of the hill out of turn 6 into 7. Looks like somebody's front splitter or maybe a part of the sill cover of a car. Now, is that far enough off the racing line that we can continue to race? Only race control can make that decision. Seldorf to the line, 33 minutes left. I wonder what the team's telling him right now. And here comes Heylen through turn 1. Takes a huge amount of momentum there. He can't match the top speeds of the 2 BMW M4 GT4s, but he's gaining on them under braking, and these 2 are slowing each other up. They have to, because they're battling. You just can't take the perfect line. And full course yellows come out with 32 minutes and 45 seconds to go. We're going to have to do this again. And this brings Daniel Morad right back into it. We saw what he was like off the last restart. That AMG GT4 is quick on colder tyres. And now the 6 seconds that is between him and the guys at the front will be not even 6 car lengths. Glorious. We're going to have a dash for the points. Already our safety team are there to pick up that piece of bodywork. Not sure who's... Oh, now, that's blue. That's not from Morad, surely. Surely not. No, it's Mustang blue. That almost looked like the Core 59 car ran over its own front splitter for Billy Johnson. He's dropped down to 8th, so that could certainly explain the relative lack of pace of that car and why he's lost a couple of places, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I think he was maybe down on pace a little bit to the cars behind him in any event. That was Gallagher muscling by for position. It also allowed Cooper through. So those are 2 cars. Really, you look at 5th, 6th, and 7th, 3 cars right there that have had their share of problems, or at least being off sequence today. Morad, that car was a lap down when it was stuck in the barriers that brought out one of our full course yellows. Gallagher and company, remember, they went on that alternate strategy right around the midway point in the race that has helped them get some decent track position. Then these yellows have brought them back into the mix again. And then Michael Cooper, he and Moisey Uretsky were a lap down after some misfortune early on. Caught a yellow at the right time and were able to get the wave by and now find themselves in the mix here too for at least a top 5 finish, if not more.
There will be no pass around. And it is a short yellow, which means the pit lane will not open for either of the classes. We're going to come back to green, I would think, with round about 29, 28 minutes of racing to go. That is going to give us something in the region of, what do we think? 16, 17 laps maybe. Yeah, something like that. Now, I'm sort of just processing this in my adult old brain, Ryan, and looking to see what might happen. Morad on the podium now is an absolute possibility, having seen how he restarted last time. He dealt with some very good drivers there very quickly. Matt Plum, Billy Johnson, Patrick Gallagher. Now he's got Stephen McAleer and Jan Heerlen between him and a podium spot. That's not going to be easy, but that Windward Mercedes is quick. I'm also interested to see, now that Robin Liddell is ahead of all the TCRs, can he get a top 10 finish? That would be a great finish for those guys after what happened earlier on. Both of those cars, of course, Ryan, had their strife earlier on.
Quite right. So good recovery from both sides of that equation there, and it took a little longer for Rebel Rock to be in a position to get back in the fight, but they find themselves there now. And the other thing that Liddell being clear of the TCR cars does is it means that we've got a clear battle in TCR too, unobstructed by GS cars that were right there in the middle of it, which split Gottsacker and DuPont during that last little green flag spurt that we had. Keep in mind, Denny DuPont and Preston Brown, they have won the last 2 4-hour races. They won here last year. They won Daytona earlier this year. They feel like this is really a strength for that pairing, these long-distance races. They kind of snuck up on me, quite frankly. I don't quite know where they came from, but here they are fighting for the win again late in one of these long endurance races.
Yeah, that's a great start. Just goes to prove that all the planning and the scheming and the strategy can play its part. Brilliant stuff. At IMSA Radio, let's hear your thoughts on what you've seen in the last 3.5 hours. It'll be just around the 27-minute mark, actually, by the time we go back to green. So somewhere in the region of 15, 16 laps, maybe, something like that. A little bit more than that. So Francis Seldorf has to do it again, and he goes early this time, and he jumps away. That's a fabulous restart. Jeff Westphal dropping back maybe 4 or 5 cars lengths, and he's going to be under pressure here from Heerlen. This is exactly what Heerlen wanted, but what he doesn't need is another BMW behind him, and that's Stephen McAleer. Does Heerlen attack or does he defend? Thomas Merrill into the pit lane, just compounding what has not been a good day for AR Motorsports and their Porsches. He's had to pull out at the end of the race. Well, those 2 BMWs that were split, all of a sudden it looks like the carbon green and grey car has got a decent run. Watch out for Daniel Morad. He's already over to the right-hand side of the track. I don't think he's close enough to Stephen McAleer. He's got pressure from behind as well in the shape of the Liqui Moly Turner Motorsport Patrick Gallagher-driven car, the white car with the blue and the red on it. Bit of orange on there this week for a new sponsor as well. This is literally anybody's in that top 6 or 7. It could go to any of those cars. BMW numerically superior here. Singleton Porsche, 1 Mercedes, a Mustang, a McLaren, an Aston Martin, all in the top 9. Completing another lap. This time, Jeff Westphal is a bit closer in that green and grey car, but not close enough, I don't think, to have a little nibble on the way up the hill. Jan Heelan's in a tough spot here, Ryan. He's got to attack and defend, and we know those BMWs are good, and they're very fast on the fast bits.
We heard Jan telling Kevin earlier in the race they feel like they are at a straight line deficit to some of their competition, and it's to the credit of the RS1 team. Their strategy, their pit work helped them get some track position early, and then both of their drivers, the way they've been able to be defensive without crossing the line at any point. We've never seen them in strife, but they've been fighting to hang on to that position, whatever position it might be, basically this entire race. Not a fun position to be in, right, John, when you're forced to play defense for hour after hour?
It's really hard. They say don't drive looking in your mirrors, hit your marks, hit your braking points. That's easy to say, very difficult to do. You can't help but be distracted in some respects by the guys behind you. It's a credit, by the way, to all of the drivers who have had these close battles, that there's been no contact, that there's been no argy-bargy, no bump and run. I'm not saying that would not necessarily happen towards the end of the race, but so far it's been very, very clean indeed. And both Jan Heelan and before him Luke Lamars did a great job defensively, but you've got to credit the guys who they were defending against. They never crossed the line either, and it's been an absolute masterclass at the front of the field. I love GT4 racing, I really do. GS is it to the GT4 International Global Formula. I don't know why we don't see more GT4 cars out around the world. IMSA, in particularly the Michelin Pilot Challenge, have such a great array of manufacturers, and it works really, really well, and it's relatively cost effective as well, particularly when you team them up with the TCRs to get the multi-class aspect. Here's Morad from downtown. He was in a different zip code there as he went through. That's a fabulous maneuver, and that's one of the BMWs that he needs to get by that has been dispatched, and Stephen McAleer could not have expected that. He defended to the middle of the road down towards turn 4, and he's lost another position as well as Patrick Gallagher has come through. So the battle of the BMWs at the moment not going the way of Stephen McAleer, and Morad is released, and that's more bad news. 3 wide as the Artura is joining in as well, coming to the end of the lap. There's 2 BMW M4s across the road, and they touch, and there is finally some touch, and some collision has been caused. Now, will that number 96 of Pat Gallagher get going again? For the moment, well, he's got a forward gear. Now, how wet is it out there? We're staying green at the moment. I was just about to say Jan Heelan has problems because he's got a very fast AMG, which does not have the same performance characteristics as the BMWs that he has been defending against for the last couple of hours of this race. He's going to have to find out something else. We've stayed green. The incident was over at the entrance to the carousel, and now we've got the TGM car spun as well. I think the BMW's got going again. The TGM car is off at the keyhole at the top of the hill. That won't be a problem. That's going. No, the 96 car still trying to get enough forward momentum, going backwards to get a run up the grassy bank. Now, how do you call this one? The Artura was in the mix there, came up the right-hand side. Gallagher down the inside, just drifting out. I can't call that. Full course yellow. Oh my goodness. It'll be another short yellow with 21.5 minutes to go. Is that a racing incident? I'm not sure. Ryan, what do you think?
I think so. I think that's how I view it. Looked like close quarters racing. Hard to say that anyone could really have done a whole lot different. It all started a couple of corners before. I would love to get a look at that again, where Gallagher ended up offline a little bit. This is another angle. I mean, I don't know where you go if you're Stephen McAleer, quite frankly. He was already down to the grass, and it looked like just room ran out there for Gallagher.
He's trying to get across to the apex because he's defending against the Artura. Daniel Morad and Bryce Ward must be thinking to themselves, hang on a minute, what's actually happening here? Because they are now, I said I thought there was a podium. He could win this from here. There's no doubt in my mind that Morad could win this from here. That is the fastest car on the track, 1:26.594. It's a couple of tenths quicker than the laps of the cars ahead. Let's have a word with Bryce Ward. He'll be one very happy driver at the moment after his mistake earlier. Go on, Kev.
Bryce Ward qualified the Windward Mercedes in 5th, and you had a long way to get back to 5th, and now Daniel Morad is in 4th. How did you guys come back from 2 laps down?
You know, I mean, I made a huge mistake coming up on a back marker into turn 2, and I outbraked myself and realized I wasn't going to be able to stop in time, and ended up just taking to the grass and ended up in the fences, and the safety team did an amazing job. They just pulled me backwards. I felt the car was fine, and turned it over to Daniel, and you know, huge kudos to the team. I mean, they've been working now for the last 4 hours to get us back on the lead lap and get us refueled, and Daniel's been doing an incredible job, you know, so truly it's a team effort. I mean, I didn't play my part today, only in the beginning, but you know, fortunately the team has helped me out today.
But I know the team is also invested in pit stops. You guys fly the crew out to the shop to work on things, and you made up some ground on pit lane too, yes?
Absolutely. You know, I mean, the guys come out, they fly out to Houston during the weekend. You know, they come practice on the weekends with us, and that truly shows the dedication that we have in the team, and it's a wonderful thing to be part of the team.
The car is a little bit wounded, I assume. Can Daniel pick up more spots?
Yeah, look, no, the car's not wounded at all. It was just a gentle touch into the barriers. I was really lucky, so I didn't feel any issues with the brakes or the alignment, or the steering was perfect. So I felt it was fine, and I think Daniel is just fine. He's fine. He can get a few more spots, I think.
Good luck, Bryce. Yeah, the 57 Windward Mercedes is knocking on the door of a podium here.
I'm just going to throw this in, Ryan. Imagine if Bryce hadn't gone off there. I think he was running 7th or 8th at the time. This would have been a completely different race, wouldn't it?
It would. I love Bryce and his attitude and his humility, where he says he didn't play his part, but I'd like to point out he's the one who assembled this team. He put the people in place for moments like those, so he deserves plenty of credit, even if he did have a little mistake by his own admission there. I mean, you look at the people and the investment that he's put together to put into this team, and not just what it does here in Pilot Challenge, but around the world. Windward is a force to be reckoned with in GT racing, and Bryce Ward is at the forefront of all of that.
I mentioned that earlier on. It is an extraordinary story that Bryce and his son Russell, who came to racing a relatively short time ago and realised that A, they really liked it, and B, they were very good at it. And Russell is an excellent team owner and manager. He's got a real penchant for it. Just incredible what they have done over the relatively short span of time. And AMG trust them in the DTM to run their works cars. That tells you what you need to know. 17 minutes and 17 seconds as we go back green, and Francis Seldorf has to do it again, and once again he pulls off a lovely restart as he heads up the hill with slightly threatening clouds in the distance. Oh no, please don't tell me that there's even more drama to come. Here's Morad down the inside on Jan Helen. Jan pulls across in front of him, holds on to his 3rd position. Morad sticks the long nose of the Mercedes up the inside, can't get that one done. Once again, the Porsche pushes off the corner nicely, but is that going to be enough to keep the AMG GT4? It gets into its stride about now and starts to hunt down the Porsche. Halen is not defending. He feels he's okay. The front 2 BMW still there. The McLaren Artura now in 5th position as well, and that car is quick. That's another great comeback for the McLaren, the Ibiza Farms racing car. Michael Cooper in that car. And these two now fighting back. Stephen McAleer with a new lease of life in the black and white BMW there as well. There's still plenty of names here, Ryan Marine, that could win this, that should win this maybe, I'm not sure. But there's talent aplenty in that top 7, 8, 9, 10.
So much still to play for. And by the way, the incident was reviewed that brought out that yellow. No action taken from race control. We had a couple of reviews underway, but none of them have drawn penalties, so we race on.
And people will say, oh, that's another no call. Sometimes a no call is the call, and I think that's all right. I really do. You said good close racing, and sometimes what do? You can't make a car disappear, whether you're on the inside or the outside. Now, I'm not passing any massive personal opinion on that. I'm just stating truths. And race control have got to make these decisions, and particularly with just 15 minutes to go, they have to make that decision and make sure that it's not going to adversely affect anybody's race. They can't afford to get things wrong. And if they can't see something that's clear and obvious, then that is the right call. Now, Morad right up behind Jan Helen, and for the moment, Michael Cooper in the multicoloured McLaren Artura is having to defend against a BMW, and Billy Johnson in the Core Motorsports Ford Mustang, which we think, if it wasn't the splitter, it might have been the side skirt on the right-hand side of that. Thank you very much to the fabulous Alan Prosser, the brilliantly monikered Lanzarote Camel, king of the screen grab. Maybe McAleer is the man most likely at the moment, finding a new lease of life after he lost a couple of positions, shuffled back before we had that most recent safety car. Daniel Morad through the first corner. Now the Porsche's good through the faster corners. How close could Morad be? Answer, very close indeed. Morad does not ride the curb as much on the exit of turn one as Jan Helen. He stays to the right-hand side in the Porsche, then cuts across to the middle of the road, trying to take away the opportunity for the overlap. Maybe just standing up the AMG in the middle of the corner. That's smart driving from Helen if he just lifted in the middle of the corner. But the AMG is closer than it was last time around. Helen feels the need to stay slightly more to the middle of the road here. Morad's not close enough. This is going to be a battle for the ages. Meantime, the two BMWs are still scrapping at the front of the field, so they're not getting away. The Artura having a fight with another BMW. Three BMWs in the top six. Between them, a Porsche, an AMG, and a McLaren. How do you like that kind of variety, Ryan?
Oh, it's as good as it gets. I echo your thoughts earlier about GT4. The cars are cool, they look great, they sound great, and they do make some downforce, but not enough that you really can't run close together like we've seen. That's kind of the problem sometimes when you get the downforce creeping into the regulations, that you can't necessarily stay packed close together, racing tightly. But GT4, it's as close as you like it. It's been great. I do wonder about this battle, though, with Halen and Morad. Halen's the points leader. They've yet to finish worse than second all season. Meanwhile, Morad, they're way down in the points, he and Bryce Ward. So they have a different level of aggression that's available to them here, and he'll know that. He'll also know he's got the championship leader ahead of him, and maybe he can use that to his advantage.
Well, you absolutely know that the Winward guys are saying, look, he's the championship leader, get your nose underneath him, get your nose up the inside. He's not going to turn in on you. He's absolutely not going to turn in on you. And I think he'd probably be right, because at the moment, fourth place points for Luke Mars and Jan Helen is by no means a bad return from a weekend where they did not think, look, they were selling it to you pretty hard earlier in the weekend that the Cayman, the GT4 Porsche, was not the car to have around here. Do you know what? I don't disagree with them. Oh, and it's a problem for the second place BMW. It's pulled up going over the top of the brow in towards turn 9 and 10. My goodness me. Now, oh no, that's something more. Something more. Is that a puncture? I thought it was just a offline moment and Jeff Westphal had to lift out of it, but it's more than that. He'll coast back to the pit lane. But now that battle between Morad and Halen is for second, and Daniel Morad is on the podium. Fine for Westphal coming through the bottom of the hill, gets up close behind the leader. Something smashed, something has broken. Right rear, I would suggest. It's either a puncture or right rear suspension. What do you reckon, Ryan?
Looks like the tires are up to me. I'm trying to determine exactly, but I think you're right. Something seemed to snap in that car. He had to catch it. Great save. But this is huge because this is the second-placed car in points. They were running ahead of Hayden and Mars, the car that they're chasing in the points. And it looks like it is something mechanical at the right rear. Good spot, John.
Kevin Lee is making his way down there. He might be able to give us some more. They've got the wheel off, but the new wheel is not going on. Kev, what can you tell us?
Suspension issue? Yeah, that's what the driver felt.
Go on, Kev.
The team is still trying to figure out exactly what happened, but some sort of a suspension issue for the number 39 Carbon BMW. In position to challenge for a win. It ends in heartbreak.
Do you know what? I think that car's gone behind the wall. I don't think they can send that car back out. It was the way the mechanic at the front of the car, when he saw what was happening, hands went to his head, as much as to say, can you believe it? They've dropped out of contention already, down outside the top 10. Oh, what heartbreak. No one wants to see that inside the last dozen minutes. And well, I'm hearing that the number 5 has come out from behind the wall for the KMW team. It's one of the Hyundais. Dr. Will Talley was right up at the sharp end earlier on. They've had their trials and tribulations. One man's meat is another man's poison. And let's hear from Jeff Westphal. I think he's out of the car. No, he's out of the car, and that is day done. Understandably, doesn't want to talk to anybody. That is crushing. Motor racing, what a hard job. Now, new second place in TCR. Has Carl Whitner got through? No, sorry, my apologies. I saw it between two Hyundais. That's because we've got Bryson Morris closing up on him, trying to close out a Hyundai 1-2-3 in TCR. I'm keeping an eye on the leaders as well. This TCR battle has been nip and tuck all the way through. I'm going to throw L'Oreal Motorsport Group in for my moment of the TCR race as well as certainly a consideration, because they've used everything that they could to get in. It may not just be a single moment, but to get back to a podium position at the moment has been a great run for them.
I agree. They had the off-sequence pit stop really early on, and then the yellow came right afterwards, which kept them on the lead lap. They were way down at the back of TCR, though, so they've had to fight their way back up. But Carl Whitmer, in the pole-sitting car, has that Honda back up into the third spot and putting pressure on Denny DuPont. But the car behind is a good story, too. Bryson Morris, Mark Wilkins started that car. They had a puncture. They were hip checked off track by a car rejoining from off track. I think that was all in the first hour. And they were way, way down, but now find themselves fourth and on the precipice of perhaps a podium finish of their own if they can make one more spot.
It's amazing, isn't it, how many people have had problems and have fought their way back. Has Daniel Morland got past Jan Halen? No, different Porsche. All right. There's only one of the AMGs in the hunt at the front of the field. Still only 2 seconds between the top 3 and 4 seconds between the top 6 at the moment. Billy Johnson, by the way, has fought his way back in the top 6. I haven't given you a Scottish update for a while. Thought Robin Liddell would be doing well if he got into the top 10. He's 8th at the moment and just 2 seconds away from 7th in that green Aston Martin. There's a story for you as well. And that, again, that's a strategic call from those guys to stay out. Did they get some look? Yes, they did. Meanwhile, at the keyhole, the signature Morad move is down the inside. Stick the nose in on the championship leader. Halen is fighting a little harder than I think anybody on the RS1 pit wall would really like him to do. This is the championship leader in the Porsche. Does not want to end up with no points. And Morad completes the pass down into turn 4. And here comes Cooper in the Artura as well. Then that might be another position. Michael Cooper in the Ibiza Farm Motorsports car. He's seen what's just happened. Surely he's got to have a look as well. But Morad now released into second. Is the win on the cards? 9/10 of a second, 6 minutes. We're talking 4 laps, maybe 5, depending on when we cross the line. What a story this would be. Morad into the keyhole. He's made this part of the track his very own. Anything down the inside there, Ryan, he sticks that long nose of the Mercedes in, and basically, once he's done that, he's got the corner that comes up next, the 2 corners that comes up next.
Used every inch of that Mercedes nose, didn't he? He got that up the inside, and there was nothing Halen could really do at that point. He had to concede the inside line. Ultimately, then, that led to the inside line in that big break zone into turn 4, and Halen drops the spot. Morad, even in the heat of battle on the last 2 laps ago, was faster than the leader, Seldorf. He lost about 8/10, though, in that fight. Still 5 minutes to go. You said it earlier that a win is not out of the realm of possibility. I'm right there with you.
Lost about a second, 8/10 of a second to the leader last time around. Now at turn 1, a moment or 2 ago, a little bit wide by the Ford Mustang. Is that Billy Johnson? I think it is. Gets there, but no, it's the car behind Billy. It's Jensen Holtzman, who had all 4 Michelins off the ground, saving a bit of tyre wear there. Thanks again to Alan Prosser at IMSA Radio. He sent in a slow-mo of that problem for the BMW that was in second for Carbon, and it might have been a drive shaft that went on that car. Single black line left on the track, drive shaft maybe, or something towards the right rear of that car. Park brake, however you look at it. Harry Gottsacker leading in TCR at the moment, by the way. Only got 6/10 of a second between his teammate Denny Dupont, the Belgian. Carl Whitmer, a battle of a couple of drivers from north of the border. Denny makes his home in Canada now. Carl Whitmer, see above comment, still the top 3 in TCR, just within a second and a half. I'm watching the splits for Daniel Morad. He's taken 6/10 out of the leader. We're coming down to our decision time here, Ryan, for the Michelin moment of the race. I've got a number. I'm definitely putting the Rebel Rock guys in there for being off sequence. They had to have a bit of luck to get there. The PS2, the RS2 guys, well, they've just been brilliant, almost fighting a rearguard action all the way through. But for me, I think it has to be that Turner Motorsport number 95 stock that got them out enough ahead of Daniel, of as it was then, Luca Mars. No, actually, sorry, it wasn't. It was Jan Halen who just taken it over. But it was just enough by about a second or 2. That is my Michelin moment of the race in GS. What do you want to say about TCR?
Well, I reserve the right to change our mind if Daniel Morad makes the pass here in GS, because he just did the race his fastest lap, and he is there. So let's keep our eyes on that. But I think you have to look at MMG, perhaps. We can talk more about that in a moment, because we've got a battle for the lead now.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that. Puncture, didn't panic, stayed calm and made the strategy work. If you're on the pit wall of Turner Motorsport now, no one is sitting back on their seats. No one's sitting on their seats. If you're on the pit wall of Winward Racing at the moment, Bryce Ward will be pacing around like an expectant father at the moment. He can smell it, he can taste it. Second place would be great. Remember, he was in the wall, he was in the tyre barrier with the nose of that Mercedes under the tyre bundles. Having been very honest and made a mistake, he was coming up to put another lap on Frank Depew, wasn't he? And white flag this time around. There's one more lap for Daniel Morad. Is he close enough to do the Morad move up at the keyhole this time around. I don't think he is. It may have to be down at turn 4. Do not defend. Seldorf doesn't need to defend, and he has defended, and that's let Morad right in. He's under a car's length behind him. Who punches off the corner better? It's so equal down there. We know the BMW is quick in a straight line. We saw it with the Porsche. Turn 4, another opportunity. I don't think the AMG is there. This has been an absolutely quality race. Behind them, by the way, Michael Cooper is trying to get on the podium for McLaren. Jan Helen still fighting that rear guard action, as he seems to have been doing with Luca Mars for 4 hours. Over and under, down at the bottom of the hill. Morad pulls out, pulls back in, pulls out again. He's weaving around, trying to distract Seldorf, who's driven beautifully at the front of the field. The BMW that was the hunter for so long in behind the Porsche is now the defender. It's now the prey. And there's 2 corners to go in the O'Reilly Auto Parts 4 hours of Mid-Ohio. Turner Motorsport with a brilliant pit stop strategy that just got them out ahead are going to win it, and they'll take the Michelin moment of the race for that pit stop too in GS. But what a run from Winward Racing. There'll be some happy drivers on the podium. Who's going to be third? Jan Helen by 0.2 of a second. Just holds on. That's a brilliant race for the Porsche team of RS1 as well. McLaren fought back to 4th position. And in TCR, the Hyundais come through 1st and 2nd for BHA, 76 in 2nd, 98 leaded. But MMG, from pole position with all of their strife, have come back to 3rd. And that is the Michelin moment of the race for the TCR category. The strength and calmness under pressure of the pole sitting car to keep them in the race, drop way out of contention, and have pulled themselves back into a podium finish. They would have wanted more starting from pole position, but I tell you what, when they had that puncture, if we'd offered them 3rd place then, they'd have snatched our hands off. Ryan Marine, sum that one up.
Oh, how do you do that succinctly? We had 4 hours. I need about 4 more to come up with an appropriate summary of that. Daniel Morad, I think, just ran out of time a little bit, but credit where credit is due. Young Francis Seldorf, this is just his 4th season of racing, and he was able to keep that rapid Mercedes behind him there, the run to the checkered flag. Big win for them. They were 3rd at Sebring, but other than that, finishes of 11th and 9th had them 270 points out of the championship lead coming into this weekend. That will change with the win there. Seldorf and McIvern, well deserved. And I think you're spot on, though, about the moment of the race. What that pit crew did, they ran an overcut on that 2nd pit stop, and it's what netted them the track position that they then never relinquished.
I mean, you saw how hard they had to fight every time to get past that RS1. If RS1 had the track position, that could have changed that whole complexion of the race. A great fight back from Winward Racing. Daniel Morad proving what we already know about him. He's a very, very good sports car driver. And Jan Helen, along with Luca Mars, right at the end there, it probably got a little bit nervy for RS1, but ultimately they've come away with a 3rd place. That the car that qualified, they hauled that car into 8th position. Didn't look like they were even going to get that from the early practice sessions, but they did qualify in 8th. They've hauled that car through the field to 3rd, and that for the championship could be pivotal.
Oh, John, to give you an idea of the kind of season that they're having, where they're maximizing even their worst days, this is their worst finish of the season, in 3rd. Yeah. And they probably will tell you they had a 6th or a 7th place car. And Sure.
when you do that, that's a massive win in championship terms. Got to mention the McLaren. Ibiza Farm Motorsports. They looked quick, but they didn't have luck earlier on. Again, came back to 4th. Autotechnic quietly doing their business. Stephen McAleer lost a couple of places at the end, but holds on to 5th. Billy Johnson, not sure what was going on with the core car, but that car comes home in 6th. Jensen Holtzman, I think they'll be slightly disappointed, he and Sam Pearley. They might have been another 2 or 3 places further up, might have been on the podium. And how about the evergreen Robin Liddell? off the lead lap by a couple. They got back on the lead lap. They pushed their luck in that number 71 Rebel Rock Racing car. He comes home in 8th, and he will have had an absolutely joyous time, having overtaken many cars in that race. In TCR, it's Brian Herder Autosport, Hyundai and Hyundai. The 98 from the 76, that's championship implications right there, with Carl Whitmer minimising the damage. They got back into 3rd position ahead of another 2 Elantras for Brian Herder and Victor Gonzalez Racing. As you go down through the field, there are stories plenty among there. Not everybody having the clear day. Problems for the Supra and for both of the CSM cars, actually. Victor Gonzalez, Tyler Gonzalez didn't have the day that he wanted in that car, having started earlier up. Not a good day for Team TGM with either of those cars, although Matt Plum finished in 11th, but that could have been a better finish as well. AR Motorsports, Porsche, heavens above, whatever more could have happened to them, I'm not entirely certain. And Rockwell Autosports Developments, Bruno Colombo, they got the car to the end 10 times through the pit lane for that car, some 30 laps down at the end of the race. Once again, the Michelin Pilot Challenge 4-hour races have delivered exactly what we anticipated. A little bit untidy at times, but we'll take that for that kind of finish. And it did mean that cars got a little bit of redemption. Now, how about being so excited that you forgot to unplug your helmet from the car? Kevin Lee is with the very happy winners down in Victory Circle for this BDO pit report.
For the team, it's huge, but I think I heard you say it just now. For Francis, it is absolutely massive. You know, he's a young driver with not a lot of experience, and that's the hardest thing to do, is to be chased by a car that you know is faster than you and hold him off. So he did a fantastic job. I'm really proud of Francis and the whole crew. Turtle Motorsports always puts a good car together. BMW gave us an awesome machine, and we couldn't be happier.
Congrats. Let's hear from the guy who finished it off. Francis Seldorf has his first win in IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. How did you hold off people like Jeff Westphal and Daniel Morad?
Well, my brain's still like reconciling everything that happened. I was just out of breath the entire time. I basically just had to get perfect exits every time to not give him an opportunity. He was really fast, and then he just kind of disappeared, luckily for me, which gave me a little bit of breathing room. Morad almost caught me at the end, but thankfully we held him off. So Dylan gave me the car in the lead, so it's always better when you do that, and the team did awesome pit stops, so it's just about managing from there on out. So awesome day.
Did you know who was behind you? Those guys are beasts.
Yeah, they are beasts, and it was the hardest drive I've ever had to do, but just tried to stay calm and bring it home. So we had a great, fast car today, awesome sponsors, awesome team. My family got me here, so it's a day I'll remember forever.
Congratulations, well done. Francis Seldorf has won a championship at IMSA before in VP Challenge, but now he's won in a much bigger environment. Turner BMW is a winner again in Michelin Pilot Challenge.
And that point that Kevin's just made is really important, because that proves the worth of the IMSA ladder system coming up through the other series that IMSA have, sometimes with similar cars, sometimes with different cars, but GT4s are in that championship, the GSX, as they are called there. Incredible stuff, and a perfect training ground for young endurance drivers. I still get people, incredibly, Ryan, who tell me, I don't see the point of these Michelin Pilot 4-hour races, and why are we making that a headline? Can they not just watch that 4 hours back? That's outstanding stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to anybody with that opinion, except how can you not enjoy what we just had? 4 hours of that here. Daytona was a great way to get the season started. Just a lot to like about it, and the fans came out to support it as well.
Well, we haven't heard from the TCR winners yet. Hyundai first and second, Honda in third on pretty much home ground. Here's Kevin with the winners.
Pit lane, but that Brian Herta Autosport Hyundai looks really good. We talked to Mason Filippi a little earlier. Harry Gottsacker brought it home. What was the difference for you guys?
Consistency, man. Dennis was on me the whole time. I knew if I gave him an inch, he'd take a mile. With the GS traffic and everything, had to be really aggressive to try to, build as big as a gap as I could, you know. Luckily, our Brian Hurd Autosport gave us a wonderful race car today. Mason absolutely killed it, gave me a perfect race car. Can't complain. Good day.
Championship, I think you're within 10 now of the 76.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tight, I think, all the way to the end, and so it should be a great battle. Looking forward to more 1-2s for Brian Hurd Autosport this year.
Well done. Congratulations, Brian Herta Autosport, and the Hyundai Elantra continues their winning ways in TCR and Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Yeah, and Honda home ground as well. That'll hurt for the big H from these areas. They consider this their home track. Next weekend, as well as the Le Mans 24 hours, we'll begin our live coverage on Wednesday over on RS1, but we've also got some IMSA action next weekend. It's Porsche Carrera Cup North America supporting the Canadian Grand Prix. We'll have that on all the usual outlets the following weekend, and quite a few of the names that we've been talking about today will be at the Nürburgring 24. We'll have that for you from Thursday, but also, of course, it's the Sealands 6 hours of the Glen, which we'll have on RS2 and across the IMSA TV outlets as well. So plenty of top quality endurance, GT and sports car racing to come. As far as the championship is concerned, a good day today for the leaders of the GS category. They've banked some good points, and what a race we've had. Jan Halen coming home third for RSI, Winward in second with a great comeback, Turner Motorsport winning it. Green was in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre with me, John Hindhaugh. Aaron was our producer up in Concord. Thanks to the production crew both at the circuit and further afield. I'm John Hindhaugh. See you at the track.